at the twilight that's gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular upon spur, singing out, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with the throw with the pick.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
Well, I have a microphone and you don't.
So you will listen to every damn word I have to say.
Papa Top again.
Out, yo.
Oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back, she said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, ooh, shut up and dance. Don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back, she said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me. Ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me.
It is Friday. Greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barndo Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros. They are there when you need them. RestoProsMidlandsSC.com. You can build your dream home by heading to the BarndoCo.com and do that right here in the Carolinas. The BarndoCo.com. They are Gamecock owned and they are Gamecock operated. So are we. Mad Dog is here. I am here. Raphael will be here in just a little bit. We'll go over the first round of the NFL draft with him and look at some of the odds for what is left on the board. Nick Emmanwori did not go last night. And where will he go today? He will go today, but where will he go? We'll talk about a lot of that. Could be a big day. Could be a banner day, as a matter of fact, for South Carolina football. Maybe 4 guys hearing their names called this evening in the second and in the third rounds. We've got Stuart Lake coming up at 11 o'clock today. South Carolina is in the bluegrass of Kentucky, and first pitch is scheduled to be thrown tonight at 6:30. I got a weather report last night from the field, and it was raining, and it's still raining, and it's going to continue to rain. They're hoping that it pushes out a little bit before 5 o'clock or 5:30ish, and then they'll play musical chairs from there. It's a rough day for weather. So will they get the game in? That's the plan, but it's dicey. Luckily, it's a turf field, and so maybe that'll help some things out. It's going to clear up a little bit in the middle of the afternoon, but then they're expecting more thunderstorms. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, and if that could help or hurt the Gamecocks, we'll talk to Coach Lake about it. Softball's got a big series this weekend as well, and we'll certainly hit on that. But anyways, we made it to the end of the week once again. Glad to have all of you here. Make sure you've all downloaded the Chief Sports app so you can get us and the rest of our programming anywhere in the world. And we'll go over some other college baseball and stuff like that too. There were a few games played last night. Clemson got thumped by NC State and a couple of other results. But Phil, I know we were on a little text chain last night. You and the Golden Tones and Schubert, myself, kind of going back and forth about some of what was going on in the draft. Look, I was obviously interested in the first round very much so because of the opportunity for Nick Emmanwori to go, and he didn't. But I wasn't shocked that the manufactured storyline was Shadur Sanders by certain folks in the media. I wasn't shocked that he didn't go either. I wasn't shocked that that Jackson Dart went. I think that's a great spot for him in New York. He doesn't have to go be a savior. Kirk Herbstreit said something last night that Tom Brady has said multiple times, and they are beyond spot on. I mean, they're just flat out dead right about this. The NFL has drafted guys. They've had this trend of drafting guys, and they've got all this money invested in them, and there's all this hype, and they're trying to sell tickets, and it's a business, and you throw these quarterbacks in before they're really ready to go in a system that they don't understand at a level of football that's the fastest on the planet, and some guys just can't handle it. And Herbstreit mentioned last night, and again, he's right. Tom Brady has said this. I choose to listen to the best quarterback to ever play the game. And Kirk Herbstreit is pretty darn good at it too himself. The NFL, they make their adjustments not in bringing quarterbacks to that level. They bring the system back to them. And you've seen this trend of this. And there's a lot of guys who are called busts that aren't busts, but they got a bad rap in the league because they were given something that they couldn't handle. So I think that Jackson Dart, look, I'm just using logic, like human logic here. This isn't me being a draft expert. I don't think anybody needs to tune into this show for my draft analysis or expertise. That's not what I'm getting at here. But it's kind of easy to see. So they're gonna take him, and they'll develop him. I mean, that's going to be the plan up there. They're going to develop him. He's not going to be asked to jump in and save the day. So I thought that was a great pick for the New York Football Giants, as Chris Berman used to say. I think the Panthers continue to just not be able to get out of their own way. I mean, and that's nothing against the McMillan kid. He's an outstanding wide receiver. He's not a popular name in our neck of the woods because there just aren't many people in the Southeast that are covering Arizona football. But just like Nick Emmanwori not going in the first round is not earth-shattering news to the West Coast. A lot of those guys probably don't even know who Nick Emmanwori is. So this is no knock against him, but the Panthers can't play defense. And they've got Jalon Walker and all these other guys just standing around, and they go for a wide receiver. And I think they feel comfortable with Bryce Young, but they can't block either. So I'm not really sure what that was all about. The SEC had 15 guys taken. Cam Ward, going number one. We thought he would. The Jaguars did a good thing by taking Travis Hunter because they're not a very good organization either. But at least they probably have the best overall player in the draft. And there's going to be some excitement down there for a kid to play both sides of the ball. They think he can help both sides of the ball. He can help Trevor Lawrence. I'll be honest with you, I think in reading and listening to a bunch of stuff that I have stayed away from ESPN this morning, Phil, because I don't want to hear the storyline being Shitter Sanders and not the guys that actually had their names called. But I think that the winner, like the main real winner of the first round for as far as a team goes, is the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah,
the Atlanta Falcons. I
as crazy
saw,
as that sounds.
I saw something on Twitter this morning, and it was from Heath Klein, who was formerly at 107.5. I've listened to Heath for years. I got a lot of respect for him. I think Heath has always been tremendous at what he does with a microphone, but I just totally disagree with him bagging on the Falcons for drafting James Pierce of Tennessee at 26. Look, I get it. There's a scouting report on everybody and there's somebody who's going to see it a little bit different from some others. The Falcons are taking a book out of the Philadelphia Eagles page right now. You want to get things turned around? Dip into the SEC. Hey, Atlanta, you are in the center of it. You don't have to go very far to find players, and they didn't. They went to Athens, got Jalon Walker, and then they went and got James Pierce. I thought that was so they get 2 picks, so obviously that gives you a leg up, but you still got to get them right. And I think they got it right. And obviously, they got to figure out what to do with Kirk Cousins, so they're probably going to try to save some money there, and then Penix will be their quarterback of the future. So I thought that was a huge win for them. That was a big night. If you're an Atlanta Falcons fan. So, the rest of it, we'll kind of see what happens. Obviously, we'll talk specifically more about the Gamecocks. I was surprised that Emmanwori did not end up going, and I don't hate it for him. He's going to be fine. He's going to end up in a good spot, and he's going to make a bunch of money. But I was really hoping that he would go at the end of the first round there to a winning football team as well. I don't want him to end up somewhere that's just a dump and they can't win games. But he'll go today, and you'll probably see TJ's name come off the board tonight as well, and Demetrius Knight, and we'll see about Kyle Kennard, maybe him as well.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm with you. That was my first thought after the Kansas City pick was, man, God, you were right there in that area, as being one of the best available. If you're Nick Emmanwori, going to a winning team, and then you turn the page to tomorrow and you're staring down the barrel of maybe having to be in Tennessee or Cleveland. Oh, man, I hate that for him.
You mean Cleveland?
Yeah, well, of course. But you're right. He's going to be fine, right? Personally, he's going to make a lot of money. He's probably going to play a long time. We hate it around here just because, we grow these attachments to these guys, especially one that's homegrown, grew up right down the street from the place that we all, love to watch him play. So, but listen, he's gonna move forward. And okay, over under 3.5 on Gamecock selected today.
I'm gonna go under. I'm gonna go at 3.
You're gonna stick at 3?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, it's always hard to go, because you're talking about 2 rounds. So I hope I'm dead wrong. But I'm gonna go to 3.
Yeah,
that's a good question for Raphael.
Yeah, it definitely would be. I want to say 4, but I'm more like you. I think it's probably more realistically 3. The optimist in me and the Gamecock in me is like, 4.
Yeah,
let's make a historic day. I doubt that's ever happened.
Well, the
2 rounds.
I think. The way that it stands, Phil, is the 4th. The way that it seems, the way that it seems, I mean, the draft is unpredictable, but the way that it seems is if it was 4, the 4th would be Kyle Kennard. Right. And I've got news for everybody, because we watch this kid play every snap at South Carolina. If you get him, like if he doesn't go today, even if he does go today, but beyond that, if he's a 3rd-day pick in the 4th round or something like that, you're stealing an outstanding edge player in Kyle Kennard.
Yeah.
He is outstanding. I mean, we watched him against the best of the best this season, and he was unfazed. And when he was, it's because he was double teamed or even triple teamed at sometimes. But like
held.
Being held. I mean, his motor never stops running. He's an outstanding human. His academics are through the roof. And I know that some hear that and they're like, well, the NFL doesn't care about that. That's not true. Actually, they do. And, it's very important. Like, are you applying what you apply on the football field in other phases of your life? Like, how put together of a human being are you? Or is it just all ball, man? And this kid is not that. So somebody's going to steal Kyle Kennard. And I think that all of these guys that we just mentioned and beyond that, Tonka Hemingway is going to go. I think Carolina is going to have just an incredible defensive showing in this draft. I think OD is going to end up going late tomorrow. I mean, they could have 6 guys from the defense or more go in the NFL draft. That is Georgia, Alabama-ish, Ohio State-ish. Like, that is really, really outstanding. But where is the question? I mean, the Browns have the 1st and the 4th pick today, and you got the Texans and the Titans in between, unless something changes as far as a trade or something like that goes. You got the Raiders there at 5. That's an interesting spot for Nick Emmanwori if you would land out there. So we'll see. But I'm with you. I don't really want to see him in Cleveland. But anybody that does get him is just going to get a football player. I mean, this kid's a football player. You mentioned something last night in our text. I want to get you to explain yourself, Phil. You better step up to the plate here. Now, I don't think you're wrong about this. I don't know.
You're right. I do love the movie The Toy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
know it's not appropriate anymore, but I do. I enjoy it.
That's not where I was going. You mentioned last night, and Mike responded and said they tend to notice these things. And you mentioned Emmanwori because we know his story. I'm sure that this is the case for other players in the draft. We just can't top of mind go pin it down. But because he opted out of the second half in the bowl game, and I hate to even bring that up, so I'm not trying to tarnish Nick Emmanwori. I'm a huge fan of this kid.
No, that wasn't my intent with my question last night either.
No, it had nothing to do with personal feelings. Absolutely. But you mentioned, could that have had an impact somewhere along the line? I mean, you got to remember something here to add some context to this, right? And we've had a draft guy on here before, and I've talked to some other people. I mean, our buddy Pat DeMarco knows the ins and outs really well. He's friends with all these guys. He knows what these rooms look like, Phil. And I actually think it's an interesting point. Not that this is exclusive to Nick Emmanwori, but it's something that goes in your file almost. And when they go to on TV and you go to these war rooms, right? I think they're still called war rooms. I don't know if that's still politically correct or not, but we'll call it that. And they go to these war rooms and you see all these guys in there in suits and they've got all these laptops and they got all this information. And then you got a couple, like we had one shot last night from Baltimore and you had their board up in the background. And it was, I don't know if you were able to pay attention. I paused it and kind of stared at it for a second. But you had like local top prospects, and then you had guys divided up by position, by how they kind of, I don't want to say ranked them, but listed them as far as, okay, if we get here, what do we need here? If we get here, what type of player do we want to take in this round, whatever. And they had them separated. Well, if you think that's a lot, wait till you see what's in the computer system about these guys, everything from their elementary school grades all the way to what they did in college, right? And there's no way that that's not something that's listed on his profile, opted out of the second half of a bowl game. Now, how much does that mean to certain organizations versus others? I don't know the answer to that. None of us do. But also, how much does it mean when you're maybe a comparable player to another player? Okay, and so what I'm getting at here is at the end of the first round yesterday, you had Maxwell Hairston go at 30. Now, Hairston is a corner. Nick Emmanwori is a safety. Those are two totally different positions, and they are two totally different players. Malachi Starks is also a safety, and he went to Baltimore. Okay. Now, I love Malachi Starks, and listening to his family talk last night in the interview, he comes from a great family. This kid is probably pretty much anything you want. But this is just a hypothetical here. I don't know this. I'm not saying that it's true because we'll never know. But those two guys could have been looked at very equally on that board. Like very, very equally.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, do you want Malachi Starks? Well, he's 6'1", 200 pounds. Well, what about Emmanwori? Well, he's 6'3", 220. Well, who's got the better numbers? Well, this guy runs the 40 in this, and this guy runs the 40 in that, and this guy's done this, and this guy's done that, and here are his grades, and yada, yada, yada. Well, what are the negatives? Well, he didn't play with his team in the second half and didn't even tell his coaches he wasn't going to. Ooh.
Yeah.
Now, you see what I'm saying? So, like,
no,
I don't know. I thought it was
like
I'm giving you credit. Like, I didn't even think about it in that moment. I was in my feelings for Emmanwori. Like, damn, I wanted him to go to Baltimore. And I'm not a Ravens fan. I just wanted him in the defense. But, like, you brought that up, and I was like, well, that's actually an interesting point.
Yeah, and I mean, we're not talking like the Laramie Tunsil kind of, dumbassery, if you will. But these tiny little things are, like you said, can tip the balance one way or the other if it's a close call. So, yeah, I was just like, I wonder if, what happened at the bowl game actually affected this. And the way he did it, I mean, obviously, you look at the top of the draft and you got a guy who did the exact same thing, but he made it very clear to the staff that is what was going to happen. And Nick just apparently made the decision on the fly to not play the second half of the bowl game. And while we all know it's bowl games and this, that, and the other thing going against him in that one regard, at least in my opinion, is recency bias, right? So the last time we got to see this guy on the field, that's when this happened. And when the NFL does not like to put up with shenanigans and tomfoolery, look at the Antonio Brown situation. Like, that blew out. And I'm not saying Nick is anything like AB. Don't get me wrong here. That is not what I'm comparing it to. I'm just giving an example of how the NFL has a tendency to like things to maintain consistency and doesn't necessarily like to see people, rock the boat, and are willing to do away with hiring these guys and putting them on rosters if they have character traits that could make them a little questionable.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, that's not like this situation whatsoever, but it could have had an impact, even a slight one there at the end, to say, let's go with Starks.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and so it's, legitimate. Do I think it's going to affect him today? No, I think he'll be taken probably in the first 5 picks today.
Yeah, absolutely. and to counter the point too, they also could have just looked at this and said, we just like Malachi Starks better.
Yeah, and it may not have had, right? Yeah, it may not have had. That's why I was like, I wonder, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It is a dinner table discussion. I mean, it's something that is worth bringing up when you know that has happened.
Right.
So yeah, it's interesting. I mean, he certainly will go, and we know that, but and Nick Emmanwori is such a good kid. I mean, he's an outstanding kid, and
Right.
my understanding is he had tremendous buyer's remorse for what happened in that ball game. But
and I'm sure in private interviews it's been addressed, right? I mean, because
I guarantee you.
Yeah, right. I mean,
well, and the best, and Phil, the best thing.
On
The best thing he could have done is do exactly what you and I and hopefully everybody else teaches our children to do. Hey, just say you made a mistake.
Yeah, right. You own up to it, right?
Look, I did it. I did it. And that was a mistake. Why'd you do it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really have a good answer, and I'm sorry. But I want to try to rectify this.
Yeah.
I mean, you can respect that, and again, he'll go. But anyway, I thought it was a good first round. I will say this too. Amari Hampton to the Chargers was an awesome pick. I mean,
I thought that was a good pick.
That's a great pick. I mean, they're 1-2 punch out there, him and Najee Harris. Woo. Wow.
I like him just because he's more of like the physical kind of, specimen of a running back that I prefer even over Genty. Now, I realize Genty's got crazy, I mean, that's crazy talent, right? And no surprise that old Pete Carroll, swooped in and grabbed him a top tier running back there early in the first round either. I was like, well, that seems like a pretty good fit.
Yeah, that's special.
Pete's got a type.
Yeah, he does. He's a special kid. He's a special player, man. I mean, I'm really looking forward to watching him play in the NFL. So overall, it was I thought it was a good night. No, you didn't have all the, the high end. I mean, the reason that people feel a little like, yeah, it was okay or wasn't that great, it's because you didn't have the star power quarterback. Well, we may be having a very different conversation right at this time next year. And that revolves around Lenore Sellers. I mean, if you fast forward to the QB class next year, and that includes our guy here in Columbia, South Carolina, it looks now like the star power at this position is going to be in that draft. And that's generally, that's why they've manufactured so much with Shedeur Sanders. Like, a lot of these TV guys have to have the star lightning rod quarterback to be able to center all of their content around. I thought Nick Saban I did not watch the ESPN broadcast. I chose to watch the ABC broadcast, and I did that intentionally because the game day guys covered these kids from the day that they got on campus, wherever they started, to whenever they finished. They've seen them all. I don't care how much film Mel Kiper and Mike Greenberg and all these other guys, and I'm not disrespecting them. It's okay. They've got their thing, and it works. That's fine. But I thought ESPN a few years ago, when they started doing College Game Day on the day of the draft, was such a brilliant move. Yeah, I thought it was such a brilliant move. And listening to them last night, and I'm listening to Nick Saban. I'm a huge Nick Saban fan. Because he's the one guy who's going to tell you what it is. He's the one guy. And, I know people bag on Herbstreit. I love Kirk Herbstreit, always have. I think he's great at what he does. And, he was dead on last night about Shamar Stewart. And I think he did it very respectfully, going to the Cincinnati Bengals. And he mentioned, man, this is a guy, you want him getting off the bus first. Like, this is the dude. He gets off the bus first, and everybody goes, who in the hell is that? And what are we supposed to do about it? And then the game starts, and he just kind of disappears. So obviously they're drafting him on some sort of potential, because it's all there. There's no question about that. I mean, he could be an all-pro guy in the NFL. But I thought Nick Saban hit everything on the head. Hell, he recruited every player that went on the board last night. I mean, he might have not landed all of them, but he recruited all of them, and so he knows who they all are inside and out. I thought that was brilliant from a coverage standpoint. So if anybody didn't get a chance to watch that side of the coverage, well, sorry, but I thought it was better than all the rest of it. So
yeah, I went back and forth just to kind of see how everybody was reacting, but I tended to stay more with the ABC and the game day broadcast, just because, I mean, like you said, they've seen these guys. I mean, they have a familiarity with these players, so they could speak a bit more in depth to them beyond just watching the tape. And then on the other side, it's like you get the ESPN broadcast, which is more like, I guess, analyst and how the NFL
it's the NFL manufactured drama.
Right. Yeah,
that's
exactly
what it is.
Yeah. And to me, it got real old real quick. Yeah. I mean, here, let me give you a list of 100 guys who were drafted behind somebody else who was worse. Okay. That's, I summed up everything Mel Kiper said last night.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, he's this, and this, that. Remember, this guy went before this guy went before, like, it happens. It sounded like, Mel, you were taking it a little personally, that your prediction this year was not necessarily as solid as it could have been.
No,
way
off as well. That's what I loved about Saban, was Saban calling out basically everybody in the world last night, saying, look, and he said, he likes Shedeur. He talked about how he throws it well in the pocket. It's when he gets outside of the pocket is, maybe we can have some moments here and there, but he likes him. But he said, all these people create all these expectations, and then when they're not met, all of a sudden the guy falls in the draft. And he said, I wish people would stop talking about it.
Yeah,
just stop talking about it. He's going to go where he goes, and then he's going to get an opportunity, and then he's going to have an opportunity to do what he does with the one he was given. Yeah. And I'm like, that's a coach. There you go. That's it right there. Yeah. You know, this is where we're taking you. This is why we're taking you here, and here's the opportunity you're going to get. And good luck. You know, go get it. So,
yeah. And anyways. I mean, you know, and a lot of these guys, especially quarterbacks, right? Like, it's fit. Right. It's scheme fit. It's familiarity with, you know, certain offenses, the way we do things. Like, and to your point earlier on, you know, Dart going to New York, right? Like, that's a day bowl guy, you know, and like, and he can get his hands on a quarterback with a skill set with which he's familiar and knows how to develop. So, yeah. It's not a surprise that Giants in need of one jump up in the late, you know, first round to go get their guy. Yeah. You didn't have to sell the house to get it. It's not like, you know, you mortgaged 10 years of your, you know, draft stock like the stupid Redskins did to get RG3. And some of the things that were being said, it was like, well, they're thinking about jumping up to, you know, number 2 or whoever to get this guy. And it would be Sanders. And I'm like, hey, I as a Washington fan, I'm like, you don't do that. Trust me, you don't do that. Yeah. And then the other thing was, it was like, yeah, there's a lot there with him, but it's not enough to, you know, completely sell the farm for. Yeah. So, you know, and you know, it's kind of crazy. But I think that's one thing that some of these draft analysts and things like that don't necessarily consider. They look at what these teams need, because that's what I say these teams need, and they don't necessarily consider the players being a fit for whatever it is that they need.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly right. We'll get more thoughts on this coming up here in just a second. Raphael Esparza is on the other side. Stuart Lake is at 11. It's 10:30, and it's Friday, April the 25th. We'll be right back.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Brewer, his second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer, turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service, second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured, your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
This is Lenore Sullivan from Gamecock Football, and you listen to the show.
It is a shade past 10:30 on this Friday morning. Welcome back. Brought to you by Gamecock Traditions, GamecockTraditions.com. You can get these hats. Ribo, Carolina. There is Raphael Esparza.
Where's my hat?
I can send you a hat. You want a hat? You don't wear hats.
I want some swag. I never got a shirt, or I want some South Carolina swag. Nothing.
That is the
I'm still waiting for that sandwich you guys used to talk about all the time back in the day. Never got my sandwich in the mail either.
Oh, well, I sent it. Extra mayonnaise,
I don't
right?
know what to tell you.
I would eat it. I would eat it.
I mean, it. Raphael, we sent the sandwich, man. I don't know what to tell you. Somebody hijacked.
The queen would send me my stuff. She's always on point.
That's right. Oh man. All right.
Friday, boys, I'm here, boys.
You didn't.
That's right.
Did you sleep at all, or are you just so giddy over Sanders not going in the first round? That's the biggest story on the planet. None of the guys who went are the story.
I didn't sleep because I was laughing. So,
I honestly, actually, you weren't shocked, were you?
A little bit. I really thought the Steelers would have got him. I thought maybe the Browns would have traded up or something. I mean, they still have two options tonight now to get him. Yeah, I was listening to you guys talk about Jackson Dart. I think that's a horrible draft because he's the whole coaching staff for the Giants and all that. They're not going to be there next year. So
they are all on the hot seat, right? Yeah.
So why would you draft a quarterback that no one is going to be coaching staff is going to be there? So I don't understand what they did on Jackson Dart. But I also said there was only one quarterback that has a huge question mark to call franchise quarterback, and it's Cam Ward. I mean, do I think he's going to be a franchise quarterback? Probably not, because he's going to Tennessee to have other needs. So I understand it's not on Sanders that he didn't get drafted. I think some of it is in part, but I just thought the quarterback class was awful this year.
Yeah. All right. So these I have not watched ESPN this morning, Raphael, to A, not have to listen to this, and B, not have to listen to anything LeBron James related. So it's been a good morning in my house because of the lack of that. I will say this. This is I'm not like a big strong take guy. Give me your strong take. That's not really me. But I will say this. If we've learned anything at all about the history of the NFL draft, if you are a first round quarterback or a fringe first round quarterback or even a second round quarterback, you will go in the first round. They take guys who have no business of going in the first round because they got to get a quarterback. So if you're a quarterback and you didn't go in the first round, you're not a first round quarterback. Is that a bold statement that's fair though?
Yeah, look at the three teams that needed quarterbacks. The Giants, they're tanking for Manning. I don't care what they say. That's their circle. That's why they hired two old guys that sit in the quarterback room of Jackson Dart. Those guys are not going to be franchise quarterbacks for the Giants next year. Next year's quarterback draft is huge.
Yes.
They got the Saints. I still think there's just fighting between Carr, and I think Carr will be the starting quarterback. I don't think his injuries – I think his injuries more – fib related than actual related. I think he probably plays or starts in week one. And the Steelers, I still think A, they have a handshake deal with Aaron Rodgers, or B, they're waiting to see if Kirk Cousins' price comes down and they can grab him later. I don't think Sanders was in the making right now, which I think Sanders would have fit well in Pittsburgh, because if you want some voices that's going to put you down and put you in place, that's the organization. You ain't going to come out with all shining, my name is legendary. Tomlin could care less if your last name is Sanders. So I thought that was probably the best place for him to go if he went, but I don't think they're going that direction.
Okay. I'm not saying this because you're on a South Carolina based program. I'm saying this because I watched him play football and I know what it looks like. I was honestly more surprised that Nick Emmanwori didn't go in the first round than I was about Shitter Sanders, because I do think Nick Emmanwori is a star safety at the NFL level, and watching him develop in college. So he'll go today somewhere. We've got, and the second round tonight begins at 6:00. You got the Browns, the Texans, the Titans, and then the Browns again, and then the Raiders.
Why can't it go at noon? Why does it need to be at 6:00? They put it at noon, get it over with. I mean, 6:00. Give me a break. It's round 2.
TV ads, man. You know the deal. What do you know about, especially those I'm going to say top 5 picks, but really top 4 because the Browns have 2 of them unless they traded back. But what do you know about the need for a safety early in the second round? Where do you think Nick could land?
Well, we had over/under safeties in the first round 1.5, and everyone was betting under. So I figure your guy was probably not going to be a day 1 safety. I think he definitely is a day 2. I can see 2 safeties going in round 2. I think round 2 you're going to see a lot of defense being selected. So it wouldn't shock me if the safeties go out, the corners go out quickly. So I can see your boy going early in the second. Even the Browns, who have 2 picks, who need help everywhere. So I can see him fitting in the Browns organization. But I think I think no one's really talking about what Jacksonville did yesterday. They really rolled the dice on that one. No one really wants to talk about it. And I think Jacksonville's probably glad that Sanders didn't get drafted because no one's really picking apart yay or nay on the significant drafted or trade that they did yesterday. They needed that. But did they give up too much?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that we know the answer to that. They're not a very good organization, as you well know, neither are the Panthers, and we're going to get there in just a second. But I do know this. Travis Hunter is the most intriguing prospect in the draft, and they've got him, and he can help them. I don't want to – hold on. Let me not say that because we haven't seen it yet.
Say it.
Yeah, I was going to say he can help them on both sides of the ball. I do think he can help them on both sides of the ball, but – to what extent, we don't know that yet. This is the NFL, so we'll see. I'm a believer in this kid, but if you just said it, and I don't think it takes a draft expert to figure this out. Like, they need help everywhere outside of quarterback. Trevor Lawrence is a good quarterback, so you go sign this kid, you draft him, and you sign him. He's going to help you on offense, and then he's going to help you on defense. The question is one outweighing the other, and to what extent is that? We just don't know the answer to it. So I thought that was a great pick for them. It adds some intrigue, it adds some interest, it gets the fan base excited, which those things are minuscule when it comes to actually winning football games. But I do think he can help them win football games too.
I think he plays wide receiver. If I had to do a number, I think he's probably 70% wide receiver, maybe 30% defense, and that's maybe he'll enjoy doing offense with Trevor Lawrence throwing him the ball. Maybe he won't want to play defense. He's just, you couldn't pass. I don't understand why you couldn't pass up on him because, like I said, he's just a great athlete. So yeah. I understand that, but did you give up too much? Is what I'm a little bit concerned.
Yeah, don't know. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I'm always of the mindset you worry about next year, but at the same time, I get it. We've seen this happen a lot in the NFL draft over the years, where a guy or an organization, here's what we're going to do to get this one guy, and then they're paying for it for the next 2 or 3 years. All right. If you're a Panthers fan, you're paying for it always. They just suck, man. And last night, this is not against the McMillan kid. I mentioned to Phil earlier, Teteroa McMillan he's not a very popular name in our neck of the woods because we're on the other side of the country, just like Nick Emmanwori isn't a very popular name out there. There's nothing wrong with that. And he's a great wide receiver. Like, he's really good. And he's got a chance to be really good for a long time. It is nothing about him. It's about what they need. Like, they can't stop a nosebleed on defense. And you got Jalon Walker sitting there. You got all kinds of guys just sitting there. And they go get another wide receiver. I don't know does anybody have any idea what David Tepper and his organization actually want to do with themselves?
And I think they didn't even get the best wide receiver on the board. He doesn't have really breakout speed. Yes, he can run a route, but at some points I can run routes, but I don't have breakout speeds. That mean I'm going to the Carolina in round 5 or 6? No, I just don't think the defense needed a lot of help. I don't think the offense. The offense kind of gelled towards the end of the season. I think their defense lagged towards the end of the season. That's why they lost some of those games toward the end. So, yeah, I don't know what Carolina is doing. I guess you guys still have great barbecue there. So
that's South Carolina.
The Charlotte Panthers we're talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about Charlotte Panthers.
At least the Hurricanes are playing well, but
I do. I want them to be successful because they have a bunch of Gamecocks on that team. and I mean, shoot, they signed Rico Dowdle. I love their running backs. 1 and 2, Hubbard and Dowdle. Dowdle went over 1,000 with Dallas last year. He's an undrafted free agent just a few years ago out of Columbia. And, and obviously they got Xavier Legette, and they got J.C. Horn, now the highest paid corner in NFL history. I mean, they've got dudes that we're really familiar with, but the organization just doesn't make a lot of good decisions with the NFL draft. I mean, it's really baffling.
And Horn is no spring chicken. I mean, he's got a lot of wear in those tires too. I mean, yeah, he's great probably for the locker room.
His injuries,
his leadership and stuff like that. I think that's going to be more of a huge plus in the locker room. But I mean, he's not the same Horn we've seen in years past.
Yeah, it's and the injuries would have gotten him. But he's kind of like, he reminds me so much of Stephon. I can doubt him, and then he'll show up and be all pro. I mean, he's got it. But
between that pick yesterday and the Sanders not going anywhere and the trade and all that, if I'm an NFL analyst and I do mock drafts 1.2, 3, 4, I'm embarrassed because if you look at your mock drafts, you should be embarrassed to be on TV. You should be embarrassed talking about, hey, this is my 5.0 mock draft. Because if you look at mock drafts, they were awful yesterday, not even close. My mock draft went perfect.
Oh, well, that's what I figured. That's why you're on.
Yeah, that's right. Nailed all 32.
So
all 32.
I thought the team that won the first round, yes, they had 2 picks. And yes, I know you're going to pick on us, but it works in Philly. I thought it was the Falcons. I'm a huge Shalon Walker fan. Love this kid. Love everything about him. His background, what type of teammate he is, his motor. And then they go out and sign James Pierce from or draft, I should say, from Tennessee, the edge player, who's a little bit undersized from a weight standpoint. Not from, he's 6'5". I mean, but I don't know if he's going to be a full-fledged defensive end or not. I don't know what they're going to do with him. But they got pass rushers out of this league, and if you go look at Philly, the team that just won the Super Bowl, they did it again last night. They came into the SEC and they're finding good football players. And I thought that the Falcons going defense in this draft, personally, and drafting 2 guys I know that I'm familiar with, so I'm able to talk about it a little bit more. But drafting 2 guys who have high motors and they're going to go after the quarterback, especially in that division, I thought it was a brilliant move by him.
I thought the Falcons had a good, and I thought Tampa Bay getting a wide receiver, just telling people, hey, you know what? Yeah, Evans ain't getting any younger, and they got a significant quarterback that's signed for 2 more years, Baker Mayfield. So get him some help at a need. I thought Tampa Bay had a nice draft, and it's funny because the NFC 2 South, I thought had 2 great drafts, and in the Saints, I thought they struck out completely with a guy that was injured a lot in their first pick, and that's what they used on their first pick. I thought they should have drafted the Saints, the kid from the tight end from Penn State. That he was right on the board, which I had him as my 3rd overall best talented kid in the draft. So I thought getting Tyler Warren, I think whoever got him is a nice steal.
He's in Indy. He's going to play with the Colts. I like that fit for him. He kind of fits up there. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, he looks like a Colt to me.
I think the tight end position is probably the number 2 or 3 important position because look at the way the NFL is going right now. You need a tight end that can spread the field out, not just go for 5 yards and turn around, but maybe have some speed and also block well. And he fits both boxes.
And you are brilliant at this. This leads me right into the Gamecock stuff because Carolina is hoping to have a big day today, obviously leading off with Nick Emmanwori. And then the 3 names we'll watch behind him are TJ Sanders, or Demetrius Knight, or Kyle Kennard. They will all go, and hopefully they all go today in the 2nd and 3rd rounds. But beyond that, South Carolina's looking to set a record, Raphael. They've got 7 as the modern-day record as far as the number of draft picks in one class. 2009 that happened, and again in 2013. Now, way back in 1954, when we were just a couple of young bucks, they did have 9 in the 40-round draft back then, or 30-round draft, whatever. Josh Simon is a name that we constantly talk about around here, and I know that you're familiar with him. We talked about him during the season. He was the tight end of the Gamecocks. He's from right outside of beautiful Sumter, South Carolina, and began his career at Western Kentucky. What you just said, and I'm trying to tie all this in together as far as can Carolina get to 8 players going in the draft, but what you just said is why I believe he goes. Because of the transition in the NFL that carries over to the draft, and the type of player that you need to be able to go catch the football and what these guys are capable. He will stick his face in the fan and block. So I think I'm asking you, the tight ends and the depth of that group in this year's class, not specifically where you think Josh Simon fits in it, but do you think it's a large group of tight ends that come off the board through 7 rounds?
Let's see, a large group. I think they're going to be targeted. I mean, there's a lot of teams that can use a tight end. I just mentioned the Saints. I just mentioned the Browns can use one. So there's a bunch of teams that are looking for tight ends or looking to spread the field on offensive side point of view. So, but one thing I hate when I always talk, I do a show on it for LSU and I do a whole bunch of other stories. They're like, oh, we have so many teams drafted 2nd, 3rd, 4th round pick. You know how hard it is to make a team after day one if you're not a first rounder. So I always think about, yeah, it's so good to have all your names mentioned in a 3rd, 4th round pick, but making a team is one of the hardest. Less than 1% of athletes make the NFL. So I always like to say, hey, take a step back. Don't put so much pressure on these kids. Let them perform on the practice squads or try to make the team. And then say, hey, you know, Joe Smith was a 3rd rounder. He's starting today. Or look at it. I mean, then put the praise on. I just think we put so much pressure just because it's the almighty NFL draft. Look at Sanders. I actually did feel bad for him yesterday.
Well, yeah, because they don't stop talking about him. I mean, Nick Saban last night was like, quit talking about it. I mean, he'll go when he goes.
It's just plus 4,500 for any team to draft both Sanders kids. Shiloh, and he's still on the board.
Does Shiloh go? Does he get drafted?
That's got UDFA wrote all over it.
Yeah. That's,
maybe this is
practice squad carrying the balls into practice squad.
You might be on to
invite that
here.
kid to camp. Yeah.
This might be all rigged by Dion behind the scenes. You know, oh, you're not gonna take Shiloh? Can't take Shadur. No, I'm just kidding. You know, here's what's gonna happen. The Browns are going to take Shadur and Shiloh as the 1st and 4th picks today in the 2nd round.
It wouldn't surprise me for Cleveland.
It wouldn't surprise me one bit. I want to ask you about this group of running backs too. I'm a huge Ashton Jeanty fan. I think he's in a great spot, and just love listening to him talk and watching him play. He's a dude, man. I mean, he is a dude. So excited for him. I personally love the group of running backs this year. I love them. I think that the NFL is beginning to kind of come around a little bit. I know running backs have been devalued in the NFL draft, if you will, over probably the last decade. If you really go back and kind of add it all up, I mean, there's been some 1st round guys here and there, but not that many. And the old days aren't coming back. I'm not even trying to say that they are. But I mean, when you look at the names that are still out there, and obviously we have one here at South Carolina, which will be interesting to see what happens with Rocket Sanders. He's had injuries in his career, so obviously that's something that's in the negative column for him. And if you're going to draft a guy like Rocket or equally like Rocket when it comes to talent, and then you go look at their injury history, that's going to be a bugaboo for Rocket Sanders. So obviously we get that, but you look at the other dudes that are still out there. I mean, Travion Henderson from Ohio State. I mean, Quinshawn Judkins, they're both from Ohio State, even though Judkins started with Lame. The kid from Iowa, Caleb Johnson, is outstanding. Scatabo out at Arizona State. Dylan Sampson from Tennessee, he's a guy who continuously never gets talked about, I don't feel like, and he was really good for the ball. Matter of fact, if it wasn't for Sampson, I don't know how good they would have been, because sure wasn't Eo Maliaba that was running them up and down the field. So I think that this is a much deeper group of tailbacks, Raphael, than I think maybe they're getting a lot of credit for, but wanted to get your opinion on that.
Past 5 years, in total running backs drafted in the 1st round was 7. 2 yesterday, and then every other year was only 1.
Mm-hmm.
I bet under 2.5, because there's no way. I understand why you drafted the kid from Boise State, but at the same time, I put question marks because he played in the Mountain West. And you guys know me, I love me some Mountain West football. But he didn't play in the Big 12, the SEC, the Big 10, and all that. Is that going to be, are we going to see that in the NFL? Because let's face it, we all know the different type of play in conference play is so much different. That's the only thing I had question marked on him. Now, there's a deep wide running backs. Do they going to go today? Probably not. I think this is when you see offensive linemen, defensive linemen, safeties. I think there's a deep wide receiver class, a tight end class. Running backs, you can get third, fourth, fifth, sixth picks and still make a team and still be beneficial for the team. I think the running backs, are mentioned now because of one guy and one guy only, Barkley. He's the reason why the running back has been saved, not because of 4, 5, 6 guys in the league just tearing it up. It's because of Saquon Barkley. So I don't think the running back is up in appraise right now. I still think the tight end is a more better position than a running back now these days. Now, do they go? Yeah, but you can get them much cheaper later.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
And I don't think your guy goes. Sorry. I think his injuries, just huge question mark.
Look, I can't disagree with you on that. I mean, I'm going to disagree on the fact that I just want you to be wrong, but I don't think that your analysis is wrong.
My mock draft told you yesterday that I'm not wrong. I went 32 for 32.
Well, that's
true.
a good point.
You should listen to him.
It's not an arguable. You're making something that really can't be argued. I mean, there's so much fact in that. I do think Rocket signs with somebody, and he will go through camp, and we'll see what happens. But does
Gadabo is going to be very interesting because he reminds me of Mike Allstat.
Yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's not the NFL now.
That's right. They don't use that position.
Yeah, I think that's why he goes later than everyone wants to. But he just every time I see him, I just think of Tampa Bay, the orange Sokol jersey on, Allstat on the back. But it's not the NFL now these days.
Sneaky good pick in the first round. What was the sneaky good pick? Something not being talked about.
I'm going to say the Colts with Tyler Warner. I just think this guy is going to be a stud. I mean, he can block, and he's got speed coming off the line. So, and I think if a DB is going to have to guard him or a middle linebacker, he's going to blow right by him. And now you can stretch the field because now not only do you have a wide receiver out there, but you have a tight end that's 10 yards past the line of scrimmage. So I think that's going to be a big problem in the AFC South.
All right. Worst pick in the draft. They screwed it all up. Is it the Panthers? Worst pick in the draft. Oh, God, these guys blew their first round draft.
You know what? I think that's that division. I think it's either Panthers or Saints. I don't understand. If you're going to draft a wide receiver, get the best one in the draft class. They didn't get one. If you're going to get the best person on your line, get the best person. You didn't get it. You have a guy that has injury prone. So I don't understand those two picks.
Who are you referencing? Igbuka or Golden?
For
wideout, if the Panthers didn't take.
Who did you think was the best available?
Oh, the best. I think the kid from the Texas.
Yeah, Golden.
Yeah, Golden.
The speedster. Yeah, that 4.29 40.
Yeah.
So do you like both of those guys over?
McMillan? Oh yeah, because at least the Texas guy, you can use him as a punt returner as well. He's got so much speed. You can use him different ways.
Yeah, Saban mentioned that last night. He was
and he was dead on that.
I disagree. I agreed with the game day guys. I disagree with the ESPN guys about this wide receiver class. I think it's much deeper than people are giving it credit for. I really do. We've watched a lot of these guys play. I mean, Trey Harris is still on. He'll go probably today. Luther Burden is a guy. I'm a huge fan of Luther Burden up in Missouri. I mean, there's a lot of dudes that I think if you go look at the list and whatever rankings you look at, and I mean, even the kid out of Virginia Tech, the Lane kid out of Virginia Tech's a really good football player. I mean, I think it's an undersold group, but I think in due time, the next 3 or 4 years, I think you're going to hear a lot more names out of this class than you anticipated.
I can see that.
Yeah.
A lot of good wide receivers. But I think since you had a bad quarterback draft, I think that hurt the wide receiver draft because the names. You didn't have a guy that say, hey, can you imagine him throwing to this guy in their team? So you didn't have quarterback names to help boost the wide receiver.
Yeah. Do you think some of the wide receiver movement and free agency kind of dampened that a bit too, to where, it was like, listen, we're just going to go get a known quantity for this year with our quarterback, right?
Because trading for a wide receiver in a league already, then drafting a kid that has no experience in it, that's a huge difference. I mean, because at least this guy knows how to train, this guy knows how to react to practice and all that, to a kid that maybe being entitled or he's got NIL money with a big head already. Yeah, I totally agree with you. All the trades that happened in the offseason wide receiver also hurt the wide receivers.
All right. How much money did you make last week on Wrestlemania? And give us some weekend picks.
I gave Wrestlemania an F- for the Sunday. F-. It was horrendous. I want my money back. And Rock, you owe me an apology for what happened. I thought that.
Hey, that's your boy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I met him quite a few times. I think the WWE and the ESPN had a horrible horrible weekend last week. It was a bad look for both teams, both companies, and I want my money back for at least Sunday's pay-per-view of WrestleMania. Saturdays I thought was very entertaining, but Sundays I want my money back. Thank God that I couldn't travel to go to WrestleMania, because I would have been pissed if Rock didn't show up and I had to spend $1,500 for a ticket and he doesn't show up because he's staring at a Rubik's Cube in his kitchen. Oh, I'd be pissed.
I am still baffled at the marketing efforts of how WrestleMania has gotten to where it is, and how the NFL draft had 125,000 people there last night.
There was more people there in Green Bay than the people who live in Green
I know,
Bay.
right?
Like, where were they staying at? I've been in Green Bay. It's not like they have 5-star hotels all over the place. I mean, what was people staying at Joe and Bob Smith's shack? Or I don't know what.
I'll guarantee it. There's probably a lot of folks with property up there who all of a sudden turned into campgrounds. And if you went to Airbnb in the last 6 months, you probably saw a lot of folks renting out a lot of places. You know, they're off in the Bahamas or something like that going, hell, you can have Green Bay in April. Come on up.
I don't understand the fixation of going to a golf event, walking around a golf. It's not like you can sit down, you have to be quiet, and standing for 5 hours in an NFL draft. It's not like they give you seats to sit down. You have to stand there. I mean, give me a break. Don't get me started about walking around watching golfers or sitting around watching the NFL draft. Those two worst things.
The best seat in the house would have been the overflow when they started putting people in the stands at Lambeau, right? It was like, well, at least you get to sit.
Yeah. Well, I love walking around watching golf for what it's worth.
You have to be quiet. I want to boo. You ain't gonna make this. Give me a break. Shh.
That's why you go to the waste management. Go to the waste management.
That's right.
Oh, one out of 100 events. Now, give me a break. If you're an athlete, you should be able to take a boo before you take a punt. Guys have to hit free throws. Punters or kickers have to hit an extra point when snowballs are thrown at you. Give me a break about golf.
Oh, you're on a heater today. You're on a heater. All right, we got to go.
Where's my sandwich?
Yeah. Let me check the shipping label, make sure we send it to the right address. I'll get back to you. Hey man, always love seeing you. Enjoy the weekend.
Take it easy, guys. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, buddy. There you go, Raphael Esparza. Timeout. The great Stuart Lake from Lexington next.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lessons today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
The season rolls on at Love Chevrolet, where the inventory is overflowing and the deals are in full bloom. Rev up your spring with Love's exclusive specials on Suburbans, Tahoes, Silverados, the entire lineup of award-winning Chevys on the lot now and ready to go. Spring-tacular savings at Love Chevrolet. We're talking the best selection of new Chevys, the lowest price, guaranteed. In fact, they'll beat any competitor's price or give you $1,000. The other dealers upsell, overcharge, and will say most anything to get the sale. At Love Chevrolet, satisfied customers do all the talking, and they say things like helpful, honest, and fun. Your trusted hometown Chevy dealer since 1961, Love Chevrolet. I-26 at Harbison and at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Brestow Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth. This is my dirt.
All right, it's the final hour inside the Gamecocks. Brought to you by Palm Casual, palmcasual.com. We have the Palm Casual back porch where we'll be watching Carolina baseball tonight and the draft and Carolina softball and everything in between. Palmcasual.com. 4 locations in South Carolina and now 1 in beautiful Wilmington, North Carolina. They are open, so if you know anybody up in that area, make sure you head that way. All right, before we get to the Cleveland Browns draft analysis with Coach Lake, so on Tuesday, Coach, Phil, jump back in here real quick because I can't remember the others. On Tuesday, we were referencing Wrestlemania and your love of the sport of wrestling.
Yeah.
And so we did a Phil. Where are you, Phil? He might be taking a nap or something. We had the audience. We asked the audience to give you a wrestling name. So
I had some of them flagged too. Hold on,
I've got one. We've got the Underlaker.
Ooh, I like that. Yes.
Yeah. Yep. We've got the Underlaker. I can't remember. I wrote the other ones down. Now I can't find the emails.
You sure it was Tuesday, right? Because I flagged them in the comments. I should be able to find them.
I had 4 or 5 emails on this, and I can't find. Did I delete those? There's no way I deleted them. Oh, anyways, we had the Underlaker. Has anyone else ever given you a wrestling name?
No, I was excited to hear something. I kind of like that Underlaker. That could be a good one.
Coming up, Carolina baseball with the Underlaker. But the problem is you gotta dress in black and be all mean looking and all that stuff.
Well, I think I can cover the dress in black. That's about all the clothes I have. We got that part covered. I don't know about all the sitting up straight like that. I'd have to get in a lot better shape to sit up like he did.
Yeah, and isn't he like 6'5"?
Yeah, he's big. I saw them. So 1990, I think it was 94. I was still in college. Was the first time, might have been 93, that WWF came to North Charleston, and we all went and got really good seats and sat right beside the stage where Mean Gene Okerlund would do all the interviews. And that's when The Undertaker was just in character. I mean, would not be anyone else, and very intimidating man. Especially back in those days.
I don't even feel like he's aged. I think I was at that.
Stuart No Wake Lake.
Stuart
Dead Zone Lake.
Dead Zone.
Lake Luger. That was
Luger.
That was one of the better ones.
Lex just went in the Hall of Fame.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I knew there was one. I was like, there's one that was
Luger. Yeah.
Lake Luger was, I think, the best one.
Oh, goodness.
So we gotta. If anybody else has a good idea, like Stu the Hitman Lake or something like that, we can. I always bring up Bret Hart anytime I think of wrestling. He was like my first guy that I really liked outside of the Hulk.
Yeah.
But, all right. So before we get to baseball, what happens in with the first pick and the 4th pick today with your Browns?
I have no idea, because I had asked Kent Reichert. So Kent, is a big Browns fan. So I had my hat on. We're locked in. We're at practice, actually, trying to follow it on his phone. And then they trade which really made Kent mad. Kent was out, which is funny. I said, look, we've been Brown fans this long. You can't say you're out now. You're in. There's no such thing as a bandwagon Browns fan. And
no.
So you're still in. So we're following it with all the kids as we're on the bus. And obviously we don't pick second. I didn't know who Mason Graham was. So, I mean, to say I could even guess who we're going to pick to lead off today, I have no idea. I don't know if the Shedeur Sanders is going to be that. I just can't see him in that quarterback room with those old guys they now have. That's what we were saying at breakfast. So, I don't know. I'd love to see a Gamecock end up there, but I have no idea what they'll end up doing.
Yeah, maybe your neighbor, Nick Emmanwori, or not far from your neighbor.
Well, I just heard you say, I hope he don't go to Cleveland. So I was very upset in the first hour. You were very negative towards the Browns, JB.
Sorry, man.
Yeah.
We did not mean to disparage your Browns too hard there, Stu.
I got my hat ready, and we're just taking shots at the Browns.
This is classic. This is classic media work right here, Phil. This is how you smoke them out. You want to know if people are watching and listening to your show? Say things that you know that they'll respond to at some point in time.
Well, it's funny because I see Stu down in the bottom right because I get to see everybody, but his camera's off. So had I seen you in video form down there, Stu, I might not have said that with the hat on.
No, that's why
I'd have backed off of that.
I thought I told you guys before the reason I wore number 19 my whole playing and coaching career. You want to fill in the blank? Who's famous? 19. Bernie Kosar.
Oh, Bernie Kosar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's been my whole life. I've tried to escape. I tried to be a pseudo Panthers fan back in the 90s. Once you're a Browns fan, you're a Browns fan. So there's nothing you can do.
It's very similar to being a South Carolina fan, to be quite honest.
Well, try being both, JB. How about being both?
It's not.
My Saturdays and Sundays have been a lot of great Saturdays and Sundays as a Gamecock Browns fan.
Yeah, that's why you build a pool. You're like, I got to have something else to do around here. I can't just sit on this Palm Casual back porch anymore and just be miserable. At least you can swim.
Yeah.
You can swim, right, Coach? Okay.
Yeah, sort of. I can swim good enough to get out of the shallow end.
That's right. There you go. All right, Carolina is on the road. I did get the weather report last night when they got to the field, and they said, yeah, it's raining. It's going to rain tonight, tomorrow night. Yeah. So we'll see. It looks like there could be a chance, and it's a turf field. So if they can usher the majority of the stuff out of there by this afternoon, which there's a chance that happens, so they'll play tonight, and if not, they'll have to make a decision. But we'll worry about that when we get there. Stone will get the ball for the Gamecocks. Jake McCoy will get it tomorrow. That shouldn't be shocking after their performances last weekend, and then it's still TBA, but we all know that they want to get Dylan Eskew in the game if they can on Sunday. So I did do some numbers here, and we'll get to those in just a minute, but let's just talk general feel, Coach. Having a feel for what's going on and being around the game and what can get you going and things like that. They're off the schneid. I know that last Saturday wasn't, what you wanted it to be in any way, shape, or form. Probably took a little bit of a hit when they found out that Eskew wasn't going to be able to go. Yeah. And no disrespect at all to Jarvis Evans, but I think they were kind of gearing up for Dylan being able to start. And then obviously Ole Miss came out. You said it perfectly on the broadcast. Look, these guys, it's a pissed off bunch now. They're going to come out and they're going to swing, and they did. And they had 7 runs before an out was recorded. But they did win the series. The Gamecocks did. They did win the series, and that's what you have to do. So getting off the schneid, Coach, I'm going to lump 2 things in and let you run. And then you got North Florida on Tuesday. And I know North Florida isn't Ole Miss or isn't any team in the SEC. It's not North Carolina or the College of Charleston in the midweek either. But they struggled all game to push runs across the board, and then they got to walk off. And that's another thing that you've said a lot this year. Man, it'd be nice to just watch this team celebrate in that moment for once. So they've now won 4 of 5, including an SEC series, and they've got a walk-off. Tell us about the inner workings of what that can do for a college baseball program that's been scuffling the large majority of the season.
Well, a couple things. One year at the time of year, last day of class is Monday. I used to say this all the time. I really enjoyed it when I was an assistant coach, even more than I was a head coach. As a head coach, you worry about some things that you didn't when you were an assistant. I would just tell them, if we get to this point in the year, this is fun. You don't have class. You don't have to worry about tests, projects. You're there. Take care of your business to there. So this is a really cool time of the year coming up. And I can feel it already on this trip. We had breakfast this morning at 9, and I was sitting with Billy Anderson and Kent Reichert and all of us sitting there. And I said, it's fun to see these guys loose. It's probably one of the first breakfasts they've been kind of laughing. Evan Stone just wants to have fun and keep guys loose, and they were all doing it this morning. I contributed that because you did get to celebrate on Tuesday night. They hadn't celebrated a win all year. They had just, quote, won the games they were supposed to, and you didn't get to win a game in that Clemson series, so you didn't get to celebrate it. And then you get into conference play, and they've run through some really tough places. When you start looking back, I mean, Oklahoma last night beats Georgia. So that Oklahoma team probably on pace to host a team that we all felt we should have won 2 out of 3 from, but they're on pace right now. If they keep going, they're going to end up hosting. Then you go to probably the best team in the league, Arkansas. Then you come home, you got Tennessee, who's scuffling a little bit, but really good. Then you got Mississippi State, who was just like you were. They were cornered. They fought their butts off, won a series, but you played really well there for the most part. You know, then you just keep that Ole Miss team is a good team. Ole Miss will most likely host a regional, because what we did on Saturday, and I wasn't there in person, but I'm listening, we did exactly what you can't do. You can't walk 10 guys against Ole Miss. They're going to hit 3 home runs. You know, I joked a lot about it last week, but I worked for Coach Bianco. He would always joke with me, I don't want guys that wear medium and large. I want double X size guys in this program. I want big dudes in this program. And they've got them. They got some legitimate tight ends and everything as we're on our NFL kick running out there. So that was a good team. And then to get to celebrate against North Florida, KJ Scobie to get his walk-off and to see him, that's the first time they've dumped water on a player all year. It's the first time they've got to do that all year. So I feel they've brought that excitement out here, and who knows what will go on here. It rains every time I come to Kentucky. I don't know how people live here. It's always cloudy and rainy. I don't understand how the grass is so green, honestly, because it's never sunshining when I'm here. So I expect it to be exactly like it is always when we're here. They're going to make you get to the park. You're going to end up hitting in the cages. They've got turf, which doesn't make sense in a state that's known for its grass, but they have turf. So we're going to sit and wait and wait and wait. And then we'll probably, looking at the weather, and I'll wear scurry out later, I think the game will get pushed back a little bit, but I do think we play tonight. Okay. And I'm excited anytime the big eclipse is on the mound. You know I enjoy it.
Yeah, well, and that's a big ballpark. It used to not be. They changed that. You used to be able to hit a pop up to the first baseman, and he would have to run out and catch it in right field, or it would just fall on the other side of the wall. Yeah. You brought up a great point there about the grass, too. You know, we're going to have to talk. I mean, Kentucky's a beautiful state, but for whatever reason, the baseball program has done nothing but screw itself over the years with how they do things. You know, if there's, you mentioned the big eclipse, and obviously, you know, major kudos and pats on the back to Jake McCoy. When you were on last Friday, he hadn't pitched yet, and we thought he would have a chance to give him a decent day if he could throw strikes, and he did. One of the things that, you know, this has been just the case. I'm going to throw numbers at you, and you probably already have them, but if you don't, feel free to jot them down and use them in your award-winning broadcast tonight. This has been the case all year, and this and how Kentucky plays baseball and why it matters once again this weekend for South Carolina. But in this little stretch, again, they've won 4 of 5. Okay, that includes 2 midweeks, a walk-off it being one of them, and they won a series. That's a nice stretch to be on. And in that stretch, in every game that they've won, they've thrown a combined 69% strikes. The one game they lost, 55. And it's been the same thing all season long. If they get ahead of hitters and they throw strikes, they win or they can win. If they don't, they can't win. They get beat. On top of that, and this is just what is just you, Coach, you have said for a long time, once you get into league play, get a couple of series under your belt, that identifies who you are. Okay, so we can look at the midweek stuff. We can look at all the non-con stuff before you get to league play. That's fine, but it's just not as valuable. All right, well, here's a number that supports that. Carolina's won just 4 games in the league, and we're aware of that. In those 4 wins, they give up an average of 3 runs per game, and their ERA in those 4 SEC wins is 2.75. Okay, in the 14 losses, they give up an average of 11.2 runs per game, and their ERA in those 14 losses is 9.86. It is bad. Now, this team only scores about 4.5, 5 runs per game in league play. So the identity in which they have to win with, and they've played excellent defense, is they have to pitch. And that's just what it comes down to. They just have to pitch, and you just hope that you get your 4 or 5 runs and you keep them to 3 or 4 and you can win the game, Coach. So you talk about comparing teams of who they were versus who they are once they get into league play. That is who South Carolina is. If they pitch, they can win. If they don't, they're going to lose.
Yeah, and it's really important this weekend. This Kentucky team, 25th right now in RPI, still 5th in strength of schedule. So kind of put that in perspective, we're not 53rd in RPI. You've got to be inside the top 40 when you start looking at that large. So Kentucky is still looking at theirs. Their record, they haven't won as many games as we have. Now, they've played 4 less games, but they've only got 23 wins. We got 24. But the big thing with this team, man, you just cannot, JB, let the first guy get on to start an inning.
There you go.
Once they do, if Brandon can get out one for 3 or 4 consecutive innings, you got a chance to really maybe take control of this game, because the other thing Kentucky doesn't do, they don't hit any better than you do. They're hitting 274. We're hitting 269. They've got less home runs than we do. As you talked about, this park, you can still get the ball out of right center and right field here, but you got to crush the ball here to get it out of left center. Mm-hmm. And they have made a big park. So what they did is they've gone back to what they're about. They get hit by pitches, 110 of them. They're first place. Put that in perspective. We've been hit by 60. Then they steal bases. They've got 90 stolen bases. They've still been thrown out 19 times. They've tried to steal 109.
Yeah.
So they've stolen 90 out of 109. Compare that to us, and we're not going to run like that. We're like, I'm trying to see what that 37 for 49. So, you can see where their whole thing is geared on getting on base and just creating chaos. They played Louisville the other night, beat them 17-5.
Yeah.
That's a good Louisville team, but how did they do it when I talked to their guys? They got on base and just created chaos.
Mm-hmm.
They're stealing, they're false breaking, they're bunting, they're fake bunting, they're getting you out of position, and it is turf. And I watched their guys take a lot of ground balls last night, and you feel it good, but it could be wet turf tonight. Mm-hmm. And I don't know about you growing up, I hated a slick ball that I couldn't get dirt on my hand. This would be like a nightmare to me to have to play on wet turf, and you have nothing to dry your hand on except your pants, which are half the time wet anyway, too, from either rain or sweat. So they just put a ton of pressure on your infield defense, which ours, I think, has been really good lately.
Yeah.
And they put a ton of pressure on you. I asked Kent Reichert, who's umpiring tonight? And he kind of laughed. He said, I hadn't looked yet. I said, it's a big part of the game.
Yeah.
When I was coaching, I had the right to go in and look because I knew who was going to umpire. And I knew what the strike zone would kind of be like and whether we should be a little more free swinging or a guy that wasn't, So I don't yet know who's doing. He's going to let me know. I think it's a big deal tonight. But Ole Miss really was exactly what Brandon Stone needed because they swing. They didn't go up there last week try to walk. Even though they've got a ton of walks, it's because guys don't pitch to them and the ball's just way off the plate or really high or bouncing. He was attacking the zone, and, heck, they were swinging. So we need that tonight, but this isn't a Kentucky team that's typically going to do that.
Yeah, to support your numbers, the Wildcats lead the league in stolen bases at 38 in the 18 games they've played in SEC play. And then the big one, and we talked to Derek yesterday about this as well. You mentioned the 110 hit by pitches that they have this season. Okay, well, 55 of those are in the SEC in 18 games. The other 55 are non-conference in 20 games, so it's equal. Just out of curiosity here, have you talked to Mac at Louisville, and how the hell do they get hit by so many pitches? Like, do they stand on top of the plate? What's the deal?
Yeah, I did not talk to him on it because I hate to ever call someone after they lose. But
Yeah.
I've talked to other coaches in this league. They're as far up on the plate as an umpire will allow them. And then they do typically, and if you don't get called on it, then it's fine. They turn into the ball. So it'll be one of those. I'd be ready tonight to at least ask the umpire to look at it because you can review if a guy has put his arm out and different things. They're really good at it. I mean, they're really good at making it look like more of I was just coiling the hit and the ball ran in on me as protecting my hands. But they've always been, when this rule started, God, now 10 years ago, it was Campbell. If you remember, they had incredible numbers, and Kentucky. Those were the schools that people were so tired of seeing guys. That's when the elbow guard had kind of become a new thing that you could wear. And God, we even went through rules where it could only be so big because they had these huge things, basically a shin guard. They were throwing them out over the plate. And then the rule became you had to try to make an effort to move, which was a really tough rule. When guys throwing 95 miles an hour to think you really have enough time to go, I should move back out of the way. You're just trying to protect your hands is the main thing. You don't want to get hit. And then kind of they made the pad that now goes on your hand. And once that was created, I felt like everybody said, okay, they've got a way to protect a little bit more than doing this now. So let's go back to if you don't move, which is the rule, if you don't make an effort to get hit, you don't have to get out of the way. And it's in their book. I'm flipping through the Kentucky thing, and somewhere it says, we don't move. It literally has a page.
Oh, my God.
They're hit by pitch leaders. So on this page, it tells the hit by pitches since 1988 who leads it, the multiple hit by pitch single games, the team hit by pitch. That's in their media guide. So this isn't me finding it somewhere. This is in their media guide, along with, by the way, nicknames of players, which kind of goes back into our nicknames for me. How about this one? One guy, Dylan Kuntz, is the Big Biscuit.
Oh, God.
Robert Hogan, I guess he throws a lot of curveballs. He's known as Bobby Spins. And then Ben Cleaver, who's their Sunday starter, is known as the Slim Reaper. So if I needed more reasons to not enjoy being around Kentucky baseball, they gave me some more. So that is exactly what this program in this era is about, is we're going to tell you how we don't move. So if I'm a plate umpire, if I'm Coach Maneri, I'm going to the plate today and I'm bringing it up as I hand my lineup card. Hey, let's make sure we're following the rules. could care less, number one, about their coach. So I would say it right while he's standing there, and then I'd be ready to look at anything with my catcher.
I looked at the media guide this morning, and I didn't see that. You must have something. You obviously have what they've given you. I was just looking at online, but that is.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's part of what you have to mentally, and I know Coach Runia had the pitchers understanding that's what you have to deal with. And it is completely different playing them here usually than playing them at your place. So big challenge for sure.
It's just one of the most unlikable programs out there. I mean, if there's 3 road trips in this league that you don't want to go to, we need to make sure that everybody understands the difference of not wanting to go because it's going to be an incredibly difficult environment, but you actually want to go play in it, like Arkansas or Alex Box or something, or the Dude or something like that.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to go to Missouri. Nobody wants to go to Kentucky. And nobody wants to go to Vanderbilt.
No.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, it used to be kind of like that at Tennessee, but it's a different vibe now. It's kind of cool to go up and be in it. It's intimidating. But Vanderbilt is just a tricky, they just kind of, just smush this ballpark in here next to the football stadium and turfed it. And everybody talks about the whistler, and that's fine. He is annoying. But what's more annoying is the ballpark. You hit a foul ball 5 feet off the foul line, and it's in the stands. Kentucky just sucks, and Missouri sucks even worse. So anyways, we don't have to get caught up in that. All right. So we've made the points. We're going to hit a timeout and then come back, and we're going to translate that to the lineup. I'm going to tee it up with this. We're using this against Kentucky. They don't walk a lot, believe it or not, but they are hit by a ton of pitches. how can South Carolina use that to their advantage this weekend? And I guess I just didn't realize this because the Gamecocks have hit and walked a lot of guys as far as their pitching staff goes in league play, and it's been bad, and that's why they've been losing, right?
Yeah.
Not as bad as Missouri, Coach. Missouri, if they, all caught the flu and said we're just going to can the season, probably be. They have walked as a pitching staff and hit a combined in 18 games. 176 guys.
Wow.
176. I've never even heard of. That's impossible. Like, are they trying to throw it, guys? This is wild. And Kentucky themselves, of course, they're the Roger Dorns of college baseball. So we're going to translate that back to South Carolina in just a minute and talk about who's going to be in the lineup and who should be in the lineup and all those type things. And we'll continue to have some fun. And then we'll get Coach Lake's final draft picks for the Cleveland Browns, second round through the 7th round. All right. Everybody hang tight. We're powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston, electricbikescharleston.com. It's a wonderful time. If you need to escape the no-see-ums, then get on an EB. They won't go 25, 26 miles per hour, but they can go as fast as you walk, and I discovered that on the way to the bus stop yesterday. electricbikescharleston.com, Gamecock owned and operated. We'll be right back.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the Village at Sand Hill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Oh, man. The building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
What's up, Gamecock fans? This is Ethan Petrie from Land O'Lakes, Florida. Go Cox.
It's a beautiful morning. I think I'll go outside for a while. Just smile. Just taking some clean, fresh air for get inside. If the weather's fine and you got the time, it's your chance to wake up and plan another brand new day. Either way, it's a beautiful morning. Each bird keeps singing his own song.
All right, it's 11:34. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barn Co. and brought to you by Tony Pope State Farm, TonyPope.com. It is a great time in the spring to shop your insurance. Do it with a great Gamecock, TonyPope.com here in South Carolina and the fake peach state of Georgia. I just kind of laughing during the break at the weather, which isn't shocking in Lexington, and the media guide. It's a lot of what they do is just childish, in my opinion. I was Blake Cooper and I were talking last weekend about when he threw a complete game in Lexington, and the high was about 30. It had been snowing, and they were up like a run, coach, in the 8th inning, I think it was, and he was starting to lose the zone a little bit. And he said, instead of Calvi coming to the mound, Coach Tanner comes walking out. And he said, Tanner walked out, and he said, "What are you doing?" And he said, well, I'm trying to throw strikes. And he said, "Well, you're not doing a very good job of it." And yeah, I know that. He said, "Turn around. You see that dugout?" He said, "Yep." He said, "You see that bullpen down there?" He said, "Yep." He said, "There ain't nobody in it. There ain't nobody going to be in it. It's too cold for all them. Ain't nobody coming out of that dugout to come save you. So you're either going to win it or you're going to lose it out here today. It's all on you. So you better figure out how to find the strike zone again." He said, "All right, I guess this is mine." And he said, sure enough, I got the final few outs and we got out of there. Didn't even stay around for meetings or anything. Just pack your bags and let's get on the bus and get off the field. So there's been some strange things over the years in Lexington. Matter of fact, the last time the Gamecocks were there, they were swept, but they did win the 2 previous series up there. I know I think you were on both of those staffs. Yeah. One of them was a sweep, as a matter of fact. Carolina went up in 2021, I think it was, right? And swept them.
Yep.
And ended up hosting a regional that year. All right, Coach, let's talk about the lineup here because, again, we pretty much know who they are and we know what guys are capable in this, that, and the other. But, Kentucky has, well, I mentioned earlier Missouri's unbelievable number of giving up 176 combined walks and HBPs in SEC play this year, which is last in the league by 53, which I've never seen anything like that. Carolina is the third most, and that was the point you were making with the staff. Don't walk and hit guys. You got a chance. They didn't do that in the first 2 games last week.
Yep.
Smooth sailing for the most part. Here's the good news, though. Carolina's at 117 in that department, which isn't good. Kentucky's at 114 as a pitching staff. Yeah. So they will walk you, and they will hit you. I've been going over the numbers all week again, with the Gamecocks. And, I just think that this number is just way too important to ignore. I'm not so sure how you don't play Blake Jackson and Jace Wood and Dalton Mayshore in virtually every game this weekend, Coach. I mean, if you look at their OBP, Jackson is 40. I'm talking about league play. Yeah. And I know that a lot of some of these guys haven't played as much as you'd like them to, but I mean, Wood has played in 13 games. He started 9. His on-pace percentage is .463. He leads the team in walks in SEC play. Dalton Mayshore's at 440. Blake Jackson's at 450. And I know that Maneri doesn't like to walk. I get it. I understand that. But again, this team has to pitch, and they got to scratch out 4, 5, 6 runs. That's how they're going to win games. And you can't score runs unless you're on base or you're living by the long ball, and they don't hit enough of those. So I'm curious as to what your thoughts are when you look at the numbers and you look at the guys who get on base a lot, and how important you think that should factor into the lineup this weekend so they can go win another series.
Well, I think it even sets up better because they go 2 righties right out of the gate. So you can feel very comfortable putting your left-handed hitters, even if that's what you want to do. But I'm with you. And Dalton Mayshore is playing every day for me.
Yeah.
He's a guy that I really thought when the year started was just going to be a mainstay, and then he got hurt. Remember, he went through a hip issue, and a serious hip issue, one that when it first came out may have ended not only the season but a career, and he has found a way to work through it and still just be super athletic as he gets through it, which is amazing to me. So I'm with you in that group. I can't imagine they wouldn't be in the lineup. You know I love Evan Stone. Have him ready to go if you feel like you need to put a defensive replacement or a pinch hitter right-handed. I remember last week I think he ran for Jace Woida in one of those games just to kind of increase the on-base speed. But I'm with you. And believe me, I love guys to hit. I love guys to get multiple hits. I was probably a throwback in a sense that I learned a long time ago, and I had numbers I can back it up with when I'm prepared, that guys who get multiple swings have higher batting averages.
Mm-hmm.
So I am a guy who loves to see you swing, but I'm also a guy that knows when runners are on base, the defense, especially infield, you have to do things differently. A catcher, you have to be aware. So walks are a huge point of that. So I would never argue against getting walks. Do I want you to become a team that just stands there? Remember last year's team, we struck out looking so much. It was so hard for me to say, what are we doing? But we're going to have to take advantage of these ways to be on base because it's hard to string in league play 3 hits in an inning. It's really hard to get 3 hits in an inning. If you can get 2 hits in an inning and 2 walks, you generally have scored some runs. You can get 3 hits in an inning and not even get a run, by the way, wherever they're hit. So we're going to have to take advantage this weekend of this Kentucky team. Let them give you some bases.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think Coach Maneri does a good job of putting guys in motion. We hit in our double plays. We've ground into 27 of them. So, we definitely do that. And to put it in perspective, Kentucky's only hit into 10. So we're first in the league, they're last. Or you can say they're first in the league of not hitting into them and we're last, whichever. We've also turned them. But we have got to, in these last few games, as we build our way to the end of the season, we've got to take advantage of the free bases, the walks. It's hard to think you're going to get 2 errors a game from a defense. They're feeling exactly what we are. We're 6th in the league, tied with them, 978. It's turf. It'll take some really weird, wet balls to get you much infield-wise here, errors. But the walks are going to be big this weekend. On-base percentage usually reflects that.
Yeah, I will give some credit, though. Gamecocks at that 984 clip in league play.
Yeah.
Kentucky's down at around 975.
Yeah.
I'm with you. South Carolina is in the walk category offensively dead last in SEC play. They've walked just 55 times in 18 games. I don't – that's just not enough. And here's the thing. I'm 100%. I think when people hear that, right, Coach, they think that they go to the polar opposite end of the conversation and think that we're or at least me. Now, I'm not going to lump you into it, but that maybe I'm implying that this is a team that just needs to go up there and leave the bat on their shoulders. That's not what I'm saying at all. I think that they swing too much. I think they give up too many at-bats, and they give them up too early in their at-bats, to be quite frank, and they get into some bad spots, and they're not good enough to get out of them. And so I would like to see them be a little bit more selective and get more runners on base and work those guys a little bit more and have a chance. So I think that matters, and it could matter this weekend on the, and someone's going to have to get a big knock or two somewhere, as we all well know.
Hey, I want to say one more thing before we leave this point. So at Ole Miss, I took what we'd done at South Carolina, get to Ole Miss. We had to do something different, so we came up with quality at bats. Mm-hmm. And we had this whole, we call it the Kestrel Cup chart, and we kept up with stuff. And I used to tell the hitters, if we can make a guy throw 15 pitches in an inning, we've had a quality inning. And we had a guy, and I bring his name up just because you will know him, named Lance Lynn. And Lance said to me one day in a fall scrimmage, he goes, I think your number's incorrect. I think it's more about 18. And he had some reasons why. And it became my idea that once a pitcher throws 18 pitches in an inning, he told me from 19 to 30, you're a different dude out there in an inning. He was a big guy. Obviously, Lance pitched forever, just retired. We have 11 and 12 pitch innings a lot. Mm-hmm. That goes back to what you're saying. I'm not saying you go up there with no bat and take walks, but our innings a lot of times I'll keep just account for the heck of it, and we'll have a 9-pitch inning. Mm-hmm. Or an 11-pitch inning or a 13-pitch inning. And then like last weekend, we had 26-pitch innings. We had 31-pitch innings. And Ole Miss did not want to go to their bullpen on certain guys, so they had to leave them in. All the good things are happening from that pitch 19 to 25 or 30. So keep up with it a little bit as you're sitting around this weekend. Think about those innings, and it's always on the TV screen, I know, because I'll look over and see it beside Derek. When you start getting up to about 18, 19 pitches that one guy's throwing in an inning, that's when positive things start to happen for your offense, and we need to do that to this offense, to this defense.
That's a great point, and I hope people will do that. And they keep the count, so
it's easy to do.
You can watch it. On that note, I want to remind everybody, it will be a Kentucky broadcast, so mute Lake and Stu. Don't mute Lake and Stu. Mute and then listen to Lake and Stu. And next time you talk to old Lance Lynn, you remind him the day he walked into the Sarge and Mike Cisco put a big L on him as he walked out of there back in 2008. I think Darnell hit a grand slam in that game, if I remember correctly.
I've told you that the Sarge coming back there as a coach at Ole Miss was the hardest environment we ever went into. And we kept saying it last week, Ole Miss has never won a series here. We always flew here. So that was odd. We bust everywhere out of Ole Miss because Arkansas was close, Mississippi State. But when you come to play South Carolina and Florida back then, you had to fly. Mm-hmm. And we just always contributed to being such a different feeling for our guys. But back then, Sarge Fry was a factor. Yeah. Walking down that hill by the tennis courts around the cage, and it was fans already there. Our guys immediately told me, like, dang, Coach, like, this is hard. Because I had tried, me and Dan – Kyle Bunn was on our staff to prepare them for what it could be like. And we had really good teams, and we were lucky to win one game every time we got in there.
I forget sometimes that Bianco had you, Mac, and Bunn on that staff. What a staff. Holy smokes.
We joke, they just had the 20th reunion of our 05 team. 7 guys made the big leagues off of one team. Yeah. And we got beat by Texas at home in the Super Region. We had Lance Lynn, Alex Presley, Chris Coughlin, Zach Cozart. I mean, it was an incredible group of guys that were on that team. And we just freaking Texas got me again in a Super Regional, a national championship game. But, great players. And Sarge was – I really hope that we can get that feel to Founders. I really do. That's a different day. We won't even go that way. But, boy, walking into Sarge was like any other thing else, and you had to be in that other dugout.
Walking in the Sarge was it's hard to believe it's over, even after 16 years. I just
that's why I love going over to softball. I swear I feel like I'm in a time machine, and that's no offense that they haven't improved. It's obviously vastly improved in what has happened and what Ashley and those girls are doing, but I just sit there and smile because it's got the same background. I can see Williams-Brice Stadium. I can see the same guys that cut the grass. It's just, I know it does it to you, and I know it does it to a lot of us. I walk in there, it's like a time machine to me. I walk over there just during the day sometime to think back to the great memories we had in the area where it is.
Well, to add to it, if you spent significant time at the Sarge, you can close your eyes and picture walking in the tunnel down the first base line or walking down the hill down the right field line, or players or whatever. But when you walk into the softball field, it's the same thing. It's quaint. You walk down, you're close to the action. You can hear everything. I got to take my daughter down there last week and see Ashley. Speaking of which, by the way, they will throw the first pitch tonight at 6:00 on the plains of Auburn, Alabama. Carolina is fighting to get – they're a regional host, but they're fighting to get a top 8, which would keep them at home until Oklahoma City. They are 35-11, 10-8 in league play. Auburn is 28-20 and just 4-17 in the SEC. Don't be fooled by that. For anybody that hasn't done their homework, that record might look pretty atrocious. Go look and see who they've played, and then look at their top 20 RPI. They're very capable. This is a very important series for the Gamecocks, and they've got a 3 o'clock first pitch tomorrow, 2 o'clock on Sunday from Jane B. Moore Field. All those games will be on the SEC Network Plus. All right, let's talk about important players this weekend and things to watch in addition to some of what we've already discussed. This, in my opinion, is just an enormous weekend for Gavin Braylon. And I think that a lot of people probably think, well, duh, they run a lot. He's going to need to throw them out. Well, that's him and the staff. And, the staff coach, you can elaborate on this here. They have done a nice job at holding runners on throughout the season, if you ask me. I thought it was going to be an issue with catchers and their ability to throw runners out. No disrespect, pitching staff has done a pretty good job in doing so. And again, as Maneri points out all the time, it's very matter of fact, but it's also very true. Just don't let the guy get to first, and you don't really have to worry about it. Yeah. So I'll throw that in there, but let me throw this in here and lump the rain into the conversation too. We know what Kentucky likes to do. So if you've got a slick field because you do play on turf because you're too lazy to take care of your grass, I said it. You live in the most beautiful grass state in the planet, as Coach pointed out, and you don't want to take care of it. You're playing on turf. Balls are going to bounce a little bit differently. Okay, so the infielders, they were working on that last night. They'll work on it in pregame again today as much as they can. But for Gavin Braylon, who will probably catch all 3 games, they're going to bunt. Okay, balls are going to land in front of home plate. It is going to be very super duper important for him to be fundamentally sound, as in if it's down the third baseline and you've got to pivot, you got to get your shoulders square or you're going to airmail it. If you're going to come out and get it in front of home plate, or if it's a ball up the first baseline that you're capable of going to get it, you got to step back and you got to clear the throw. Because if these guys are going to step into pitches at home plate, you know damn well they're going to stand on the baseline and they're going to try to take one off the shoulder going to first as well. So I think Gavin Braylon, being a young guy who has come along behind the plate, you got the weather, you got to deal with the small game coach, you have to deal with the base pass, and then also, as you well know, balls in the dirt, you don't get the same skip on turf that you get on dirt. I can't remember. Is it all turf or is home plate dirt?
No, home plate's turf.
Okay, so that is an issue for Gavin Braylon, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's going to be turf. They had the mound covered last night. I can't remember if it's dirt. I looked in the bullpen, and all those mounds were covered, so I think they have a dirt mound, not a turf mound. But home plate was wide open. It was raining when we got there, drizzling. It's all turf, so I agree with you. It's totally different. I remember we come up here with Colin Burgess, and he handled it great in that 21 year.
He was from Kentucky, wasn't it?
Huh?
Wasn't he from Kentucky?
He was.
Wasn't he from Lexington?
He's actually – Colin just got released by the Tigers at the end of spring training and signed with the independent team here that plays in Lexington. So hope I get to catch up with him this weekend. But he did a great job here of what you're saying. When you block the ball, it's different on turf. So it'll be one of those things. I know they were out there last night kind of rolling balls and trying to figure out where it is. It was not wet last night. As I said, it drizzled when we got here and then stopped. So it really didn't create a full wet feel for you. Mm-hmm. Another thing here, and this isn't just pick on Kentucky Day because I don't like them anywhere, are LED lights. LED lights, they want to do it for they can flash for home runs and do different things. The lights here are lower than anywhere in the SEC, the poles. When we came here the first year, we had Brady Allen, all those guys. We practiced at night. They didn't get to practice at night last night. It wasn't dark because we came earlier, so it was dark when we were here. Once the ball, and pay attention to this tonight, goes above the lights here, you lose it. It's like it goes from lit to dark and then comes back through it. And I just remember we had some issues early on. They had issues. I was coaching third. So what I figured out is they couldn't see it much better because they had just moved into this park. We kept running with 2 outs and scored 2 runs in the first inning on a pop-up between short and third that night that they just lost in the lights. When it is sunny here, which is never, it seems, the sun sets directly behind home plate. Well, that's a big issue for the center fielder.
That's a
It's
problem.
a big issue you would not think for anybody else, but they created a stadium that's open. So as the sun sets, it stays all the way down. Coach Gordo and I were talking last night. You'll see guys on video lose ground balls, choppers in the sun when an infielder lifts his eyes up, and it is supposed to be sunny here tomorrow and Sunday. You'll lose balls in that sun. The sun is setting directly behind home plate, so it's involved a lot when the sun is out. So a lot of factors come into the stadium, but Gavin Braylon, he won points with me. I wasn't there Saturday, got hit on the hand, come out of the game, obviously, and he was just right back in lineup on Tuesday.
Yeah.
He could have easily tried to say, hey, give me another day's rest, let me feel good for the weekend. From what I understand, it was no. I didn't want to come out of the game in the first place, but you took me out, now I won't back in. So I was really impressed that he got his butt right back in there on Tuesday, and you're right, he's going to be a big part of this tonight. He's going to have to be a negotiator with an umpire to say, hey, the guy stuck his elbow out, or hey, he's in there. That was a strike. Can you look at it? Can you talk about it? He's got to be preparing all night with the umpire on what you said. Hey, I've looked at video. These guys run inside the line at first. All I'm asking you is, will you pay attention to that when I throw down the first?
Absolutely.
And again, I don't know who's umpiring, but I can tell you the majority of the guys in this league, they think people come to the games to watch them umpire, so they love making those calls.
Yeah.
So if you can coax that ego enough, you can get that. And it'll start with Coach Maneri at home plate. I'd start it immediately.
Yeah.
Hey, what can we review the runner inside the line? So that's how I used to bring it up. And it would make umpires mad. But I go, hey, can we review tonight? Tell me if I'm right even before it happens. They run inside the line a lot, running the first. Can we review that tonight if y'all don't think you have a good look at it? Because I've watched them. His coach, he knows they do it. They run inside the line. I would just start it immediately at home plate tonight just to get the umpires' heightened awareness of, hey, this does happen.
Yeah.
And they do it. They really do. As much as I rip on umpires, they really are really good at it. So there will be a heightened awareness already. These numbers will be seen. I would say something as casual at home plate as, how in the hell have you been hit by 55 pitches in this league? And just see what the coach's response would be. What can he say? We don't move. Didn't you see the media guy? I said, oh, so you don't move, or do you lean in, or how do you get hit by 55 pitches?
Yeah.
I'd start it at home plate, and I'd be relentless with it until we fly out of here on Sunday.
No, it's not like it's 55 and the next guy's at 50. The next one's at 30. I mean,
Right.
there's 25 more than anybody in the league. Something's going on there, 100%. All right, Kentucky does not hit the ball out of the yard a bunch. Of course, I said that, and they'll probably tattoo 7 of them tonight, knock on wood. So Stone's going to get it. He's got Nate Harris, who's a freshman. They did see the last year, I think it was, they saw the Cleaver kid for a couple of innings in Columbia. The Slim Reaper, in Columbia for a couple of innings. You look, it's an interesting rotation. They go with Harris tonight. He's the freshman righty with a 4.67. He's thrown 34 2/3. He's a contact guy. He's only struck out 24. And then you got Nick McKay going tomorrow. He's the senior righty who is 4-0. He's a transfer, I believe, from South Dakota State. Coach, if I'm incorrect, you can correct me. But I'm pretty sure he came from the Dakotas. He's got a 3.08. He's thrown almost 50. He's an out short of 50 innings on the season. He's got 51 strikeouts. And then they got the Cleaver kid going on Sunday. They're almost working backwards, it feels like, from a stuff standpoint, where he's at 63 strikeouts to just 17 walks in 54 innings. Those are pretty good numbers, quite frankly. But Stone, you mentioned the umpires. It's always important to me to see if he's getting the bottom half of the zone. If he's getting it and he can hit it, he's got a really good chance to be pretty darn special like he was last week. But for a team that puts the ball in play, they want to put pressure on the defense like the Wildcats do. They want to make you make mistakes. They want to take extra bases. They want to steal bags. They want to do all the small, frustrating things that we all hate to watch. They don't hit a ton of fly balls. I mean, they do hit sack flies, but they don't hit a ton of fly balls that leave the yard. So in understanding the scouting report on both, tonight's starting pitcher for our Gamecocks and for the Wildcats offense, what's very important in your mind, besides strike one, as Bob Gibson once said, for Brandon Stone?
Well, I'll come back to that, but I have to get Nick McKay as Tommy Boy. Derek pointed this out. This is his 7th season. Think about that. 7 years this guy's been. My son was 13, and he's now 20 playing junior college. He's had 3 Tommy John surgeries.
Oh.
This is what our sport has come to, that he's in his 7th. He should have a doctorate.
Yeah, they call those guys doctors.
They're called doctors.
I had to get on that one. But my keys to the night, I always kind of write it on my little notes. Derek has like really nice computer, uses a laptop, and I just write stuff on a sheet of paper. That's why he's the pro. But the key to the night is the leadoff guy. If I'm going to check every time he don't get on base, I guarantee you those innings will be the innings that they don't do much. That leadoff guy gets on. I don't care if it's the 8-hole hitter or the leadoff hitter. You have a tough time because of the things you said. They do run, they do things, they false break, they make you just get out of position. So the key tonight will just be for Stoney to really get strike one, get out one, and let our team play. That's going to be big. Offensively for us, man, you talked about it. We got to have 18 to 25 pitch innings out of these guys. Heck, that guy's old. He'll get tired tomorrow. Make him throw some. I mean, make these guys work on the mound. It's not meaning we got to have double-digit walks, but we're going to have offensively 7 or 8 walks because I think we can hit a few balls here in the gaps. You can hit triples here. Mm-hmm. This park eerily plays like Riley Park in Charleston. You'll see triples here, and you don't see many triples anywhere in this league. And you'll see balls get in the visitors' bullpen down the right field line. That's where you can kind of hit your home runs. So that doesn't just mean left-handed, but right-handed hitters. So it's a big weekend. I'll look right at Ethan Petrie today and tell him, you got to have a big weekend. Mm-hmm. This is a part where he can get a couple home runs because he can hit that ball the other way. You got to have 6 or 7 RBIs for us this weekend. Look, you're our guy. You know, we're talking about the NFL draft. I know we're going to wrap up with that. You're not in the top few picks if you're not doing big things when you're expected. Right. And this is a weekend I really feel like, and Derek asked me my, Blanchard building block. Ethan Petrie, let's go. Let's not avoid it. Dude needs to hit a couple home runs. He's capable of it. I see a big weekend coming out of him because I think they're going to give him some balls to hit.
Nate Harris, the kid who will get the ball tonight, he's a big kid. He's 6'4", 225 pounds, the true freshman for Kentucky. His last start out was in Knoxville last week. It was the game that they lost. 5 innings, 5 hits, 5 earned. He did give up a long ball, and he walked 4. That got him into some trouble there. But he's had a nice year for them. I know why they like this kid. He doesn't have a ton of strikeouts, so I'll really be curious to watch him pitch tonight. He's got some pitchability about him, Coach, and I think that goes back to the point that we were making just a little while ago, and I know we're even overdue right now. The clock's ticking. JC's charging me. He's not going to strike out a lot of guys. You are going to put the ball in play. That's what he wants you to do. He wants you to get into the box aggressively and roll over a bunch of things and hit a bunch of loopy little pop-ups, a bunch of Judys that don't fall and things like that. That's where I think South Carolina's got to find their patience. They had too much of it last year with all the strikeouts, as you mentioned. Monty's talked about this 1,000 times. They needed to clean that up, but they sure as hell had a lot of walks and stuff like that too. They've got to bring that back tonight against this kid and get him out of there in the 4th or 5th inning and start taxing this bullpen a little bit and go win game 1. Carolina's had some success in game 1s this year. They can go out there and do it tonight, and maybe we get a repeat performance out of Brandon Stone.
I agree. You beat Mississippi State on Friday. You win last night against Ole Miss, so you know how fun the rest of your weekend feels when you can do that. I told you, they were as loose this morning as I've seen this team all year. And I don't mean loose as in silly, just seem like a group of guys that are at the end of a semester. They're still stressed. We forget they do go to class. They do take classes. They test, and it just seemed like a bunch of dudes who were having fun this morning at lunch. I'll get to see them again. They went and lifted weights this morning to get out of the hotel. So I'm excited. I think they can have a fun weekend here in the back stretch of this season.
All right, a couple quick parting shots from me, Coach. Number one, congratulations to my man, Evan Stone. I saw on Twitter this morning he landed a large striper yesterday in the Congaree. That a boy, Stoney. Keep casting. You'll keep reeling them in. Well, I was down on the river last week, saw a bunch of dudes fishing with no luck. So he's obviously put all those losers in their place. Yep. And then also, if you happen to take a look at the roster for Kentucky, for those of you that need some afternoon reading, you'll find a couple of interesting things. But let me separate them from the University of South Carolina. One, number 38, Zach Spurrier is not related to Steve. He is actually from Bowling Green, Kentucky. And number 2, Nolan Belcher did not reinvent himself as a 6'4", 215-pound catcher. He's not the 5'7" guy that pitched here when we won a World Series.
Yeah.
A big hat and a hug to my friend Nolan Belcher. I love that kid to death. This ain't the same guy, for anybody wondering. Just want to make sure when the broadcast comes on tonight, Coach Lake, you can decipher that for the thousands that will be listening.
Well, I appreciate that because I got to get Kent. We really got to get focused. I probably need JC to give me some football. I need to know who the Browns are drafting, if we're going to trade again. This is a big night. So I got a lot going on. I got to do a baseball game. I got to try to pay attention to draft. I've already predicted next year is our year. I did that. All the guys that were laughing at me and looking at me like, who is this? The ones that don't really know me were like, what are you wearing that for? Because this is our year coming up. The draft is turning it around. We'll have another good pick next year since we made the trade. So maybe Nick ends up there and have a Brown right there in Irmo with me.
I'll be honest with you. As much as I think the world of Travis Hunter as a football player, I think the Browns got the better of that deal. Just straight up. I mean, with what they got in return for it. For a guy that, while he was successful playing both ways in college, I have no idea. You can't really project. And if he's just a corner, he's small to be a corner. And if he's just a receiver, he's a slot receiver. And so they basically gave up all that for a corner that you have questions about or a slot receiver. But the Jacksonville GM, I noticed, was 12 years old.
I noticed that too last night.
And they hired Liam Cohen as their head coach.
Yeah.
So
there's your Kentucky tie-in, Coach.
Go Brown. The Browns got the better of that deal, right?
Yeah. Two-time OC in Lexington. I think Carolina beat them both times, if I'm not mistaken. On that.
Yeah, I don't know what they're thinking there.
Stop that.
I'll tell you what he was thinking. Oh, what the hell he was thinking? Well, Coach, you gonna hit up some distilleries before the game today? Get you a couple of cocktails and then Harry Doyle your way through this thing, or what's?
No, I don't. No, this is no, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I told Kent we go grab something to eat. I'm in the it's been, and I want to say thank you to all the people down the Gamecock Club. They all carry me. It's been football seat selection week.
Yeah.
And I've learned a lot in this role of it. So, all these guys that helped me down there and the women has been.
Do you answer the phone and respond to customers?
Yeah. JC, I get emails and I'm
because that's serious business, right?
Yeah, it has opened my eyes. I've joked down there with Tyson Lusk and Wayne and all those guys that are coaches should really at least go through a seminar of what is happening. Because I'm going to tell you, I coached for 27 years. I had no idea of what seat selection and parking selection ever meant. And holy cow, is it intense.
It's huge.
Well, speaking of that, shout out to Kenny in the chat box here who he actually first signed up for his first season tickets for football this week. So you helped the newcomer. Yeah, I met Kenny too at the spring game. Good guy.
Well, I joke just like y'all do. For all the people that I want to hang up on, there's a whole bunch of them I really love talking to.
That's right.
And have got to meet. So they always remember, and I say this, and a lot of y'all are too. I'm a Gamecock fan too, so you can. I understand a lot of what you don't think people do understand, and now that people know I'm a Browns fan and a Gamecock fan, I would think I can handle adversity pretty good.
You understand pain.
Yeah, they should be a bit empathetic when they're on the phone with you.
Matter of fact, kind of enjoy it.
I was a Falcons fan most of my life, and there is some pain associated with that franchise. But I, with the Atlanta teams, the Braves more bother me than the Falcons. But then I became a Bears fan. And that's a level of pain, brother, that I don't even think Gamecock fans can touch.
No.
I mean, imagine Gamecock fans like with 3 times the disappointment, and you don't get to go play golf or go to the beach or to the beautiful mountains or hang out with friendly people or eat good barbecue to nurse your wounds and get away from it. You got to live in Chicago.
Yeah, and the wind's always blowing.
The wind's always blowing. The weather's bad. The people are rude.
I thought the NFL was great last night. When you speak of Chicago, Steve McMichael and all of us remember him as a player, and then me as a wrestling guy. I was one of the horsemen at one point.
Yeah.
What he went through, and I hope it's helped ALS awareness in the NFL last night to really be classy. And I thought to do that in Green Bay showed how great those fans can be. That was a cool moment to kick the draft off and let people enjoy.
Agree with that.
Mongo McMichael, Steve McMichael, lives about 3 blocks from me in Homer Glen, Illinois, or lived.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he's a local. He lived in my neck of the woods. There's a little couple towns over. He has a sports bar called Mongo McMichael's. Pretty good food. Yeah. He fought a big battle. It was heartbreaking. Yeah. Really moving when they inducted him in the Hall of Fame and his wife sitting there and stuff. And I know that it got my attention about that disease, and hated to see him go, but he was one heck of a player and one heck of a wrestler. And I'll never forget when he called out Angel Hernandez at the Cubs game when he was doing the Harry Carey thing. And he just told him straight up. I mean, he was like, you got to say something to say about it, Mr. Rump. Just come up here and get some, So he was quite a benefit to sports and sports entertainment.
I agree.
And Coach, before we let you get out of here, we'll leave it with this big weekend in the SEC, headlined by what's going on down in Baton Rouge. Tennessee makes the trip to LSU this weekend. You got A&M in Texas. A&M's been hot. They're in Austin this weekend. Who knows? Vandy's on the road at Ole Miss. Big series out there at Swayze. Arkansas's at Florida. Can the Gators kind of keep going in the right direction? We'll see. South Carolina's got them coming up. And then Oklahoma and Georgia, the Sooners are hot, and they took care of the Dogs last night. We'll see if they can get another one at Foley Field this evening. And then Missouri still has to play, unfortunately, for them. They got beat by Alabama last night, and they'll get beat again tonight. You mentioned lunch. Let me give you I know y'all flew. You were on the plane, right?
Yep.
Okay, so you didn't drive, but if you find your way into a rental car today, the first time I ever went to Lexington, we happened to stop at the original KFC, which is London, Kentucky, beautiful London, Kentucky. And we happened to walk in, and there was a bunch of guys that literally looked exactly like Colonel Sanders. I made a joke about it to the lady at the counter, and she informed me that was the beginning of the Colonel Sanders lookalike contest that weekend, which
hopefully they won.
Made a lot of sense. But what she also informed me was that lookalike contest takes place just down the road at the world's largest frying pan in London, Kentucky. You can literally go there and eat lunch. It's like $10 for fried chicken and all this stuff. They throw it all in the skillet that is over 10 feet around and weighs 700 pounds. So if you want to take an 80-mile drive south on I-75, go get you some fried chicken in London, Kentucky from the world's largest frying pan.
But we'll see where it ends up. I make Kent and Derek be in charge of all the meals. I just ride in the back and show up.
I didn't know they even had that, JB. I go right through London, Kentucky when I make the drive back.
Yeah, we drove by it.
Nat loves chicken.
It is literally the world's largest frying pan. You've never seen anything like this in your life. Yeah,
I shall have to check that out.
That's where the home of the World Chicken Festival is, London, Kentucky.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
all right,
makes sense.
I learned something more
the
than
other
just
thing
baseball listening to y'all today.
The other thing I noticed when I was in Kentucky was a lot of people smoke cigarettes up there. Like a lot of people. Like
they also do meth.
Yeah, like there's a lot of smokers in Kentucky. So hopefully Lake and Derek make it back without ripping heaters.
I think they could rip all. They just don't do meth, Stu.
No,
I think
your trailer will explode here in a couple of years.
It's early in the weekend, so who knows how it might.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, don't keep up with the draft, Stu. That way you're not tempted to rip
Gamecock
heaters and tour the distilleries.
By the end of the seventh inning in the third game, Lake's drunker than Harry Carey with a Marlboro hanging out of his mouth.
Gamecock baseball sends all those cats up there whenever they play in Kentucky. It's like this, and you're probably just coming back looking like the Hangover.
You can't see GD on the radio.
Oh,
who cares?
My guy,
listening
by the way,
anyways.
my guy Jan texted me and told me to tell you guys this. There's a steakhouse. It's excellent. It's hot. It's like a high-end steakhouse with not high-end prices. We ate there before the Kentucky-Carolina football game in 2022 called Columbia's. I recommend it. It doesn't look like much from the outside. It's an old school steakhouse, but man, they let me pick my steak. Great appetizer, salad. If you like steak, I would recommend that. And the price was pretty sweet. So
Well,
I got a porterhouse for $21. It was just like the porterhouse you get anywhere.
That's fit. Between that and Mike Morgan, you should have plenty of recommendations to eat up
I
there.
told Mike Morgan about it. He's like, I've never eaten there. I'm like, yeah. Well, Mike likes to eat at Chili's too. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with Chili's. Don't get me wrong.
Hey, sorry, Phil. Good
I'm-
God.
look,
JC just ripping our producer here.
I forgot Phil. Yeah, Phil. Yeah, I mean, I like
that
Chili's.
I was only there for a couple of years.
Mike's got
That's-
such great taste, but loves like Chili's and hot dogs.
Yeah.
Which you, so I just find I love irony. So I mean, there's a lot about me that's ironic too. So
man of the people.
I'm not buzzed, but yeah, Columbia. So you'll know. I mean, that's easy to remember. Obviously.
Yeah, that's easy.
There you go.
Columbia. Check it out.
Coach, checks in the mail. We kept you 14 minutes past time today, but looking forward to the broadcast tonight. We'll keep our eyes on the weather certainly, but hopefully they get it in. But as of now, it's a 6:15 airtime on the Gamecock Sports Network. Hey man, love seeing you. Always love Fridays at 11 a.m. It's one of the things that makes us happy around here. Thanks for everything you do for us, but most importantly for all the Gamecocks.
No, man, I enjoy it. Great seeing y'all, and let's have a big weekend and have a great draft tonight so we can break it down next week.
Yeah, that's right. Draft coverage of the Cleveland Browns Friday, 11 a.m. See you, Coach.
Be good, y'all.
There you go. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here because I drink too much coffee, so I have to.
Yeah. Okay.
I got to go.
I got you.
But good luck.
Oh, it'll be fun. We'll have a good time.
Emmanwori goes to the Raiders at 5. That's going to be my final pick.
No,
Raiders.
All right.
He'll join Ashton Gency and Pete Carroll in Vegas.
I think. Yeah.
I mean, the guy that coached Cam Chancellor can't go wrong there.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
We'll see y'all on the other side.
Yeah. All right. See you guys. Happy.
I should not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese. But Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog dogs upstate raised and reared. Up near the tater patch, he flirted with that upstate team. Now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around, all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks the Show. Phil Mad Dog Mullinax over here. To my right, J.C. Sherbert. Rolling along on a Friday, looking at Gamecock stuff. Still, Nick Emmanwori did not go in the first round of the NFL draft. The draft always unfolds, J.C., in kind of unpredictable ways once you get past pick 20, right? Trades and this and that and reaching and not. But yeah, I'm sure Nick will be picked very early once things commence today at 6, I think, is when they get it kicked off. So wherever he lands, I'm sure he is going to be a wonderful addition to whichever staff he winds up with.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Mike Morgan kind of was talking about this, and Mike's obviously a big draft guy, even though he does love Chili's, and I love Chili's too. That wasn't a shot at him. I felt bad. I mean, their Big Mouth burger is outstanding. Their orange queso, I don't know how healthy that is for you, but I eat it. I dip my fries in it. I like the fajitas. What is it? A triple decker appetizer combo?
Well, the triple dipper.
Triple dipper. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll actually take it anyway. But but no, I told Mike about that Columbia's place, and because he goes to Lexington a lot. His girlfriend, he spends time there, or his wife. I'm sorry, his wife's there, and he had never heard of it. I'm like, how have you never heard of this place? I don't know, and it may be that I called it on a good night, because we had a blast, and Matt and I couldn't believe how good it was for the price. And it's not like, you're not going into like a Western Sizzling or a Sizzler. Right. They actually let me pick my cut of meat. They got the butcher there.
Nice. That is old school,
salad
right?
Was it was an old school nice steakhouse. Nevertheless, anywho, so that's it. Yeah, the draft, man, as Mike was saying, I think what the Ravens did was they said Malachi Starks can play corner and safety. That's position versatility.
Yeah.
And they had a need kind of at corner as well. Secondary was what they wanted, and they went with a great player. He's great. Doesn't have the physical measurables Nick has, but he's also a guy that could do different things than Nick can. Nick can cover. He's good at covering. You can get that out of him in certain packages, but would you put him out there at corner? Probably not. Probably not. So we'll see what happens. This has been a weird draft, Phil. And I kind of started thinking about it, before, back when I felt like Nick would still go in the first round. So it has really nothing to do with Carolina.
Right.
I don't think this is a top heavy draft. Like, in other words, I don't think that there are a lot of what I would call great players in this draft that I would say, like, okay, if Jeremiah Smith were coming out this year,
yeah,
and I would say that's going to be a great player.
Yeah, that's a top 10 wide receiver. Go get it. Yeah.
Yeah, a few years ago, Jalen Carter to me was the best player in the draft, even though he only went 10th to the Eagles. I was like, that guy's going to be a great player. There's everybody there. I would be kind of semi excited. I'm semi excited about. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're sitting there and Bears fans had a complete meltdown when they didn't draft, and everybody's convinced Tyler Warren is a stud, can't miss guy. It says something about your draft. I think when you're talking about, it's shocking Shadur Sanders fell to the second round. I'm not sure it's the best draft. When somebody trades up to draft Jackson Dart, I'm not sure it's the best draft. When a guy from Boise State who looks like a brick poop house, I mean, that dude obviously is well put together, and he had a great season. But when people are throwing the generational term around about him,
right? Yeah,
it's not this. And I'm not saying, because I believe this with recruiting classes too. People say it's a down year at this position, and then you'll look up in a couple of years, and 4 of those guys from that class are high draft picks, and the other class looks kind of like the 2023 quarterback class, which now is a complete disaster. With names like Malachi Nelson, Jalen Rashada. Every one of them except Arch Manning is transferred. It's absolutely wild at 2023 class. And you end up like that. And then the one that you say, well, this isn't a good draft. You look and there's nothing but Pro Bowlers, right? So you never know in football. But it just, first of all, the more I thought about it, the more, when you look at kind of what's coming down the road next year with that quarterback class, there are way more sure things. Way more dudes that you're like, this could be our franchise guy. And I'll even take Lenore Sellers is not a lock to go to the pros next year. He's going to have a really good year. He's eligible. Doesn't mean he's going to go. I'll take Sellers out of it. I mean, there's a lot of good quarterbacks compared to this year where you're choosing, instead of choosing between prime roast or a rack of lamb or the finest Peking duck you could possibly have from Beijing.
Crispiest of skin. Right?
This year, you're kind of choosing between a good solid honey baked ham, the roast beef carving station at the Old Country Buffet.
That's what I was going to say. This year, you're at the Old Country Buffet where your 2 options are ham and roast beef, right?
Do you like Sundays? All right. But that's kind of what you get at quarterback this year. There's no the most dominant edge rusher was Abdul Carter, and he may be a linebacker, according to the Giants. They have other ends in New York. That's one of the good things they have, and he's a heck of a player. After that, it was Jelon Walker from Georgia. He's 6'1", 243 pounds. He's the same size as Brian Thomas Jr.
Right.
So, and the Falcons got him. So, I mean, and I guess they'll do something with him. So there's not this dominant edge rusher. There's not a Myles Garrett or a Clowney or whoever you want to talk about. The wide receiver position, the Panthers took the McMillan kid, and he's 6'4", and you read the first thing on his scouting report, according to everybody, is has trouble getting separation. All right. Sounds like a lot of the receivers Steve Spurrier Jr. recruited after Sidney Rice, and with the exception of Alshon, man. And you're
taller. Yeah.
I'm just like, okay. And so that's it. So I thought the Titans messed up taking Ward. And then I think we have some Titans fans that listen to us. I hope he's great. I lived in Nashville 7 years. I don't pull for the Titans, but I wish them the best. I did pull for them when they were the Houston Oilers, when Jerry Glanville coached for them. I always liked the Oilers. But I'll obviously, given my connections to that city, I wish them no harm. But they didn't think about the value of that pick. And maybe they didn't have any takers. I would have traded it and loaded up on draft picks and got my daggum house in order because they were bad. I mean, you're the number one pick for a reason. And put myself in position like you got to look who's going to be bad next year.
Yeah, right. Who's going to
and
be
let's
bad?
try to make a deal with them and get the number one pick next year. So yeah, I'll say Clint. I thought it was you, Clint. I didn't want to just call you out if you weren't. But you know, it was like I just felt like you know, you think about that franchise too, Phil. They're building $1.5 billion new stadium in Nashville.
Yeah.
It's like state of the art. I read the other day it's going to have more LED screens or the second most in the entire country. I mean, it's going to be, Nashville's going to start hosting Super Bowls and Final Fours and all that good stuff.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right. I believe it's a dome stadium, if I'm not mistaken.
Probably. I don't know.
But it has to be a dome if they're talking Final Fours.
Yeah. And Super Bowl. Right.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to facilitate that franchise. Yeah, it's a good time to have some promising players coming into their own. Here's my question about Cam Ward. I don't think it's any different than drafting Will Levis, and here's why. If you were to put Will Levis on Miami against the defenses they played, I think passing game wise, and probably not exactly run game wise, because Ward is a little better runner. He probably puts up similar numbers, similar season. I love Cam Ward's story. I think it's great. But the guy basically did really well against a bunch of teams that don't play defense. If you think about it, Washington State, Pac-12, and then, not Pac-12. I think Pac-12 the whole time. They don't play defense up there.
No.
Out there. Incarnate Word is a Texas FCS school. They don't play any defense. And in the ACC this year, they didn't really face anybody that could stop anybody.
No.
And they couldn't, and they themselves, Miami, could not stop anybody. So, and that doesn't always matter. But in the NFL these days, they don't really, is he going to sit on the bench and develop behind? What are they going to do? I just felt like, is he good? Yes. Is he a first round pick? Yes. Is he the number one pick in the draft? To me, no. Right. And you could have probably gotten something by dialing up the crazy glue sniffer 14-year-old that runs the Jacksonville Jaguars now and Levis's old OC and try to work out a deal like the Browns. I've never seen the Cleveland Browns get the best of
a trade like that, right?
Weren't the Browns the team in Draft Day though in that movie? Wasn't he?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Yeah.
Wow.
I got to check that out. Yeah.
So look that up for me, Phil. But unless it was like Draft Day, I'm just like, I've never seen the Browns just eat somebody's lunch because here's the thing about Travis Hunter. It's well established. I'm a huge Travis Hunter fan. And again, same with Cam Ward. Love those guys. Thought they were great players. Right. And you're the Jaguars, and you kind of need help for Trevor, and we'll get Trevor going. And you got the most overrated coach in the history of football, Liam Cohen. A wizard he was not. I think we should all just understand that.
Not sure where the hype comes from.
But he's your head coach now, Duval, right? And you've had a franchise that notoriously mismanages things, right? They're not very good.
No.
Right. It looked like they were going to be good. And, we talk about parity. Sometimes they did go to the playoffs a couple of years ago with Trevor Lawrence. But you need Trevor some help. Here's the problem with going goo gaga and giving up a bunch of draft picks to get Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter's football player wise, best football player in the draft, best football player in the country.
Right.
No question. Deserving of the Heisman, all that. But we always talk about going from high school, I'll tell you this right now. The best high school football player is never the best high school football prospect. They're never number one in the country. I'm just being honest, even if it's a quarterback, So football, when you go up a level, you got to project. So what is Travis Hunter? And the question is, the only way this makes sense, Phil, is if he can translate to the pros as an elite cover corner and a great receiver. In other words, is he going to keep the two-way thing going? Because if you split those two things apart, he's a slot receiver, which is good. He's probably elite Pro Bowl level difference maker slot receiver in the NFL, but they're a dime a dozen. You don't give up a bunch of picks in your future and all that to draft a guy like that. No. At corner, again, the question is he big enough and physical enough? Because in the NFL, you're playing against grown men, not the, sophomore at TCU.
No.
and so
you're going up against 6'4" McMillans, but not
McMillan,
rough around the edges,
need
but
to get a
real
separation. Look at the difference physically between Xavier Legette with a full head of steam would probably run over Travis Hunter.
Yeah, right.
I mean, is he going to? I mean, so I questioned that, and then I realized I guess for a minute I forgot Liam Cohen was the head coach there. And then I saw the GM, and I was like, "Oh, this makes total sense. This guy's out of his mind." I mean, and look, I don't mind drafting Travis Hunter if they had stayed at 5,
right?
Or even if they had the second pick and didn't have to trade for it, Phil. Like if the Browns had taken Travis Hunter, hey, no problem. He's number 2 guy in the draft. You just play the cards you're dealt and go. But to trade up like that, like this guy is the second coming. He may be. I mean, but it is a substantial bet. It is a gamble, just like the Titans.
Yeah,
the Giants.
The Titans, that didn't make any sense to me because I had been saying the whole time the value in this draft, if you're sitting at the top, is to trade down. Because you need the draft capital. I mean, I know Tennessee's got a lot of picks this year, but you could have traded out of that 1 for a mid 1 and another 2 and a 3. It's like, man, you really could have stockpiled some decent players here, or either that. Or you take Abdul Carter because you need an edge rusher in Tennessee, and use the pick for that. But you don't reach on a quarterback when, like you said, I mean, there's just not that ready guy. Like Cam Ward's going to continue to need some development moving into the next, level. And I think he has the potential to be a franchise quarterback, but it's going to take more work than some of the other talents that are out there in the next cycle. Like, what's coming up in the next year.
More sure things.
Yeah. So improve elsewhere and then, okay, darn, we didn't necessarily do it. You also then build up stock to trade up if you do have a mid-tier season this year and don't get a top pick. Then you can give up some of the draft capital you earned this year and then, move up to get your guy next year. So yeah, it was, I don't know. I don't like reaching, and that's the position that they love to reach.
And look, I hope Cam Ward leads the Titans to the Super Bowl. I hope he's great. I think also football, sometimes people copycat. I told everybody under the sun the reason Spencer Rattler was ranked as high as he was coming out of high school was because he looked like Kyler Murray and was going to go to Oklahoma. Now Spencer's 3 inches taller than Kyler Murray.
Right.
But people are like, he's the next Kyler Murray because they'd watched Kyler Murray be a dog all year. And Spencer could throw it around. Now Spencer's really a lot different than Kyler Murray. I mean, at the end of the day. But we love to like copycat and replicate and so I think they watched Jaden Daniels, similar style quarterbacks to beat you with his legs or his arm. But here's the difference. You know what made Jaden Daniels so good, Phil? He spent 2 years at LSU.
Right.
Getting his brains beat in by NFL level talent on defense.
Right.
Cam Ward has faced no resistance.
Well, this was the thing that was like, because when the Giants moved up to get Dart, right? And you're hearing, because I was back and forth whenever quarterbacks were brought up. That was when I would go back and forth between ABC and ESPN. So I hit ESPN, and Mel Kiper's over there like, you want to know what the difference is? Jackson Dart, wasn't able to finish and complete games late, where Shadur Sanders was able to, take his team down the field and really put games away late. I'm like, you're doing that against Big 12 defenses, dumbass. And Dart was doing that against, the guys that you've been drafting all night long.
I mean, when they soundly whipped Georgia. Well, I mean, I guess maybe he's talking about like the Kentucky and
brought up the Florida game specifically,
and they lost at LSU too. Late.
Yeah,
they did lose some close. The 3 losses were close.
Yeah,
I mean, you want to make an argument. I mean, that I agree with Mel. Mel loves Sanders, though. He's
right. Yeah,
he's lost a lot of credibility by doing this. But I mean, what else is new? But yeah, I think the Giants made the right call. And I was kind of with Clint. Like, remember last offseason? We just talked about SEC quarterbacks all summer.
Yeah, right.
And me, Clint, and I both, Clint from the Nana Sports chat box, we're not as big on Jackson Dart as others. I thought this year, as the season went along, I liked him better and better and better, and thought he showed a lot of toughness.
Yeah,
and all that good stuff. So and so that's the deal there. But yeah, I was questioning, the Raiders getting Ashton Genty. That's fine. I still don't know if he's generational. The Bears, it was like the everybody was excited because of the McMichael thing, and then the dude on my man that introduced the draft said Trump had said the Bears suck.
Oh, right. Yep.
And everybody's like, beef sandwich to you, and give me an old style. And the Bears are going to draft, they're going to draft RoboCop. Seriously.
RoboCop.
This guy, he got shot in a suburb of Chicago in a gang member, and we've put him back. Kevin Warren put him back together with robotic parts, and he's draft eligible. Played at Illinois State last year. Give me an old style, Packers. You'll get what's coming to you. It's one thing to have to tackle Caleb Williams. It's another to have to tackle a robot. RoboCop. We're drafting RoboCop. And then they drafted the tight end from Michigan.
Tight end out of Michigan. I know.
Everybody looks up from their old style and the end crust from the beef sandwich.
That's right.
There's a smattering of au jus and jardiniere on the plate.
Right.
The old style's 7/8 of the way finished.
Getting a little warm.
Like, I don't know why I do it. Bless Ditka. I can't believe we did it again. Why do we pull for this team? Why do we pull for the Bears? They could have had RoboCop.
Yeah.
And they drafted this kid from Michigan. Just turn it off, Sally. Let's just go to bed.
Just turn it off. It's over.
I'm just going to get that half of a Polish sausage in the freezer and stuff it in my mouth and bathe around in the grilled onions for a little while and mustard while I cry myself to sleep. If you don't want to cry yourself to sleep, check out GamecockTraditions.com. Gamecock Traditions brick and mortar stores, Northeast Columbia, Village at Sand Hills. Also out in Lexington. We love Gamecock Traditions here. Home of the original beat stickers. They're always coming up with new gear. Please follow their social media accounts at Gamecock Traditions. It's not just a sales account. They literally kind of break news on new items that they have.
Yeah.
And they don't pressure you to buy it, but they also are very encouraging and obviously are proud supporters of the Gamecocks, proud supporters of this show. the morning show, everything we do here at Chief Sports, plus a lot of other Gamecock media outlets as well. So they are entrenched in the community, as we say. Gamecock Traditions, GamecockTraditions.com, proud sponsor of the show. We'll be right back after these messages on a Friday.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks of the show. Finishing up here on a Friday in the first hour, talking a little bit of NFL draft, coming off of what happened yesterday. I was thinking, our little group chat or whatever blew up there towards the middle of the draft, and ESPN might be misusing Mike Morgan just for the name of Kuiper and Yates, because the Golden Tones was all over this draft, even in a weird year. Yeah, and just nailing them there at the end.
Hey, he does good. He does well with the draft, really does. I think, and all hats off for him. He's a valuable asset and a great friend and a great guy. We all have a lot of love for Mike Morgan around here, and he called that. So Cam from the Nana Sports chat box chimes in, and it's good because I did a little research this morning that like I always do, and from a recruiting standpoint, geography matters. I say that all the time, and so I count up I got through the first 19, and then my phone rang. And so as far as the big states that have so far from what I've seen, Florida only had one first rounder through the first 19. Georgia had a couple. Texas with 3. And then there's places like Indiana, South Dakota, Idaho, Connecticut that had first rounders. But Cam in the Nana Sports chat box says North Carolina's produced 12 first rounders and Georgia's produced 32 first rounders over the last decade, while our neighbors on either side seem to produce more talent than South Carolina lately. And then Clint answers more people, and that's true. I mean, that your population numbers, if you're in a state that cares about football at all, like the state of New York is a big population state, right? It's mostly in the city. They don't have room to play football.
Yeah, right.
The football players that do come out from the city are usually really raw, but I mean, a lot of them end up being big time athletes if they can get out of the city and go somewhere and develop in the sport. Actually, Syracuse was really good at New York City kids for a while, like Brooklyn and places like that. But so New York doesn't really count as far as that goes, but California always produces a lot of players. I mean, two of the top 8, Mason Graham and who's the other one there? Shoot. Whoever McMillan from the Panthers are both from California. I think they're both from the same school, actually.
Yeah.
I think Servite and Anaheim. California is always tops because it's such a huge state. Florida and Texas are up there too. Georgia's up there. It's funny, though, to your point that you bring that up. I do think the state of South Carolina, not necessarily a drought, but a little bit of a lull. I mean, per capita, the numbers are still up there, but only 4 first-rounders in the last 10 years. I mean, that's not and that's 2 from Clemson, 2 from Carolina. So there you go. Now, total draft, Cam, honestly, first round is one thing, but I'll look at total draft picks.
Yeah.
Too. And and those numbers have been lower than previously. But you kind of look at this class, 2026, kind of 2020, the last few classes, it's been a little bit up as far as trajectory goes. And then in 2027, according to the experts, I mean, there are like 8 guys in the top 100 or top 247 in the country. And I think 4 or 5 in the top 100 for a state the size of South Carolina. That's great. But it's interesting you bring that up because Clint's right. It is population. And so I go back to 2019 because obviously the population's changed since then,
right?
In all 3 states. So we'll go back to like 2019, which is really kind of when most of the guys that just got drafted were at some stage of high school football. South Carolina had 5.15 million people, North Carolina 10.5, Georgia 10.63. So you're talking about 21 million people combined in those 2 states versus 5. So it's 4 times. So, 4 times 4 is 16. You're still not, that's still a crazy number, and you're still behind as far as the percentage goes per capita. But it is a function of population. What's interesting to me about that, Phil, is the discrepancy between North Carolina and Georgia.
Right.
32 versus 12. That's a big discrepancy.
Mm-hmm. I think the popularity of basketball from our neighbors to the north could also kind of be playing that down a bit.
It could be. Basketball is popular in Georgia too. I think if you and also if you compared Charlotte versus Atlanta, football's bigger, and then the other major population center in North Carolina, Raleigh-Durham, that is more of a basketball. That basketball rocks there. Check this out, though. So 2024 population estimates based on the census and growth. Georgia's now at 11.18 million, North Carolina 11.05, South Carolina 5.479. So all 3 states are growing, and South Carolina, I think a lot of surveys have had its fastest growing in America. That's why I did read the other day, South Carolina had the lowest median home prices in the whole country, like of all the states.
Right.
Which is good. But that's why, as much as the population growth of the state probably drives all y'all crazy and will drive me crazy at one point as well, it's great for football. Because the more people you have, the better. I mean, New Jersey, land-wise, not a very big state.
No.
But it is a football state. They do care about football in that state, and it produces a ton of talent. They just don't go to Rutgers. I mean, I'll put it this way. There's enough New Jersey talent that's good to where Rutgers can actually field a team that can win some games sometimes.
Right. But the better ones are off to, Penn State,
SEC, Penn State.
Yeah.
They love Penn State. Some of them even flip the bird to Rutgers and head to like places like Boston College and Syracuse. They'll go to the South, Ohio State, Notre Dame. Notre Dame gets a lot of kids. Half of Notre Dame's D-line last year was from New Jersey. That's a great football state.
Right.
South Carolina, Mayo had Mangus on yesterday. He recruited some good players up there. There were some unfortunate things that happened with some of those guys, like Sheldon Royster being sick and Tanner McAvoy not really finding his true north at quarterback here, and some other things. But New Jersey kids, I love recruiting up there. It's a great football state, but landmass wise, it's small, but you have, a huge population. And so that helps with those numbers. It's just one of those things, but yeah, I mean, there's other states. I mentioned New York, Phil, but then like the New England states, Connecticut's got a big population. Massachusetts, obviously, there's not a lot of football talent up there.
No,
but anyway, but that's interesting. You pointed that out because I just kind of thought it was the Bears' first round draft pick is from Idaho and played at Michigan.
Oh, that's where the Loveland kid is from? I didn't realize.
Yeah,
that.
originally from someplace in kind of out near Moscow, Idaho, out in western Idaho. Not even Boise. So anyway, but from a South Carolina standpoint, though, you look at the number from the state of Georgia. Not all those guys. I'd probably count them up. I'll probably go back and like to count them up and see how many actually went to UGA, because there's a lot of Georgia went to places like Bama and Clemson and Auburn and South Carolina and everywhere else. So that's that would be something good to dig into statistically as it relates to the Gamecocks. Also, I think this staff has done a good job of working around the state of North Carolina while they've needed to. I think those numbers, Cam, only 12 first rounders in 10 years will show you, because there's way more 5 and 4-star, way more 5-star prospect. I would think, don't quote me on this, there's probably more 5-star prospects out of North Carolina in the last 10 years than 12, which is what that's saying. Sometimes in the elite levels in the state of North Carolina, you do have a higher bust rate. But looking at it, I'm looking at the kids from North Carolina. Got drafted. Amarian Hampton's one. Carolina could have used him.
Yeah.
Jalon Walker, certainly a player that the Gamecocks could have used. James Pierce, don't get me started on that guy.
Yeah.
So hopefully with this 2026 class, and hopefully Trayshawn Austin and Brian Rowe and Donovan Darden, getting those guys, I think is going to kind of be big for Carolina to get back in there. There's you don't have to recruit everybody from up there. I used to think it may be realistic to go into that state and kind of, because of your proximity to a large part of that state, Phil, where the talent is.
Mm-hmm.
You're South Carolina. Every kid in Charlotte's closer to Columbia than Chapel Hill.
Yeah, but that's true.
I mean, it's and you're in the SEC, so it almost, Charlotte's almost kind of could become like Oklahoma's done so well in Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's hope Charlotte never becomes that large, because that's going to creep into the upstate.
Yeah, well, that's
it's
really
the size of the Metroplex, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's almost like one of those, over the border places you could go chop it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And kind of have a little bonus area that's close to home.
Yeah, and Tennessee does so well there. It's like
Tennessee does do
traditionally
well
just kind of crazy.
Clemson does well there. When UNC is up, they do well. I think this though. I think if you could ever get to that point, that would be good. I used to think that is something that you could accomplish in 4 or 5 years. I think it's going to take more like 7, 8, 9.
Yep.
You're going to need, people ask, well, besides the fact they play a game against Texas there every year, why does Oklahoma recruit the Metroplex so well when there's a bunch of other schools in Texas? Well, it's because of proximity first and foremost, but second, they've been winning since the beginning of time.
Yeah, it's
and so
you don't get much more blue blood than Oklahoma, right? Yeah.
When Clemson started winning national championships, they went from all kind of like Carolina. They would always, we're going against Georgia for this Georgia kid, probably not going to win that battle, to going in there and like just taking players out of Georgia that were great before in some instances before the dogs even offered. I mean, Trevor Lawrence and Deshaun Watson, where are they from? Georgia. So you got to win. You got to start winning, right? And so I think it could come. I think that in time it could come. And North Carolina is growing just like South Carolina. I mean, there'll be 12 million people in Charlotte, and all this to say, look, a lot for you since I've been alive, people have used the small state thing against. It's just a small state. There's not a lot of people in the state. You don't, and then you got to share the players with Clemson, and oh, poor me, woe is me. I think that needs to be shut down in the media. Right. I think it's very small-minded, and part of what's kind of held Carolina back through the years is that type of mindset. I'm not saying that exact phrase because I think when you're looking back through time, the population of South Carolina in 1975 was under 3 million.
Right.
And Georgia and North Carolina were still like twice the size. But I think this. I think that now if you just kind of look at where South Carolina is situated regionally, Charlotte's growing, and it's right there for the picking. You always do well in Atlanta. You've been doing well in the state of Georgia for about 10 years now since Will Muschamp came. Look at all the players Muschamp recruited out of Georgia that are drafted. Look at all the players Beamer's recruited out of Georgia that are good. Just keep that going. And then you've got a good name in Virginia for as long as Beamer's been here. You've already got two of the most legendary recruits in the history of Washington, D.C. in Dylan Stewart and Nick Harbor. You got a ton of guys from Maryland. I mean, and then you got, you still recruit Florida and Alabama and Tennessee and places like that. I think geography is an advantage for this program.
Yeah. Yeah, just one that, Beamer has seemed to tapped into and begun to exploit.
And he's got the longevity, dude. It's not like Coach Spurrier or Coach Holtz when they were here where, you kind of just knew, well, they're older. How long will they? That was always the underlying question. Beamer's 48 years old. I mean, he could coach for 22 more years.
Right.
Here. And that works. And then,
when you look at his dad, like from a loyalty standpoint, it was like, well, he's going to be here and do everything he can for you as long as you're going to let him.
And I hope he is.
Yeah, same.
Because because that means he's winning.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But
I wonder, does it speak any, before we get out of here, to how much better the North Carolina and Georgia high school leagues develop players than South Carolina? Is there anything to be made of that?
Not North Carolina, I don't think. Georgia, there's certain parts. Gwinnett, anything around Atlanta, they have a ton of resources.
Right.
Their public education system, and they've had the lottery longer than everybody else.
True.
And their teachers' salaries and thus their coaches' salaries are higher. And they invest in, like, Gwinnett County, where Travis Hunter went to Collins Hill in Sewanee. All those schools put resources into football, a lot of them, and they're all good academically.
Yeah.
So it's almost like Texas high school football in that part of Georgia. Then in South Georgia, where our man John Strickland's from, you just get, it's like South Carolina, something like it's like a bunch of Somervilles.
Yeah.
down there where
they cycle up, they cycle down. Some of them.
Well, it's the community. The community rallies behind football is almost everything in some of these South Georgia communities, and you get ballers. So that's the difference. North Carolina, I would imagine they kind of put less resources into football than South Carolina, and Charlotte to me does not compare to the Atlanta schools as far as resources go. That's just my opinion.
North Carolina is interesting because you would think the portion of the state that would care more about football than it would any other sport is the most sparsely populated and does
Eastern.
not have Eastern and the fringe West. Like those two outskirts are going to be your thinnest populations, but care the most about football. Whereas the more you move into the middle, it's more of a basketball state.
Boom. You nailed it, dude. You nailed it. And the problem is there's no athletes in Western North Carolina.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Eastern North Carolina, there's ballers, but it's like South Georgia. If you go to recruit in Eastern North Carolina or South Georgia, you're going to fly in somewhere, hopefully, or drive in.
Oh, yeah.
And whereas in Atlanta or Charlotte, you can go to 5 high schools before lunch.
Yeah, you rent a car and you're all over the place.
And you can maybe get to 3 in a day because it's going to take you an hour and a half to get from school to school. When we get back after the top of the hour break here on Inside the Gamecocks, the show, we're a little behind on that. Cam does have points out something about the state of Alabama in the Nana's Porch chat box. And this is something I've always talked about as well, Phil. And it is a valid question about the high school talent in Alabama versus South Carolina because the population argument does not really apply.
That's right.
Roll Tide. Anyway, roll on the internet to get you some elite golf accessories at our friends Palmetto Golf and Belt, palmettogolfing.com. Brandon's a Gamecock fan. I believe they're having a sale. They got towels. They got tees. They got these awesome belts that normally cost $150. It costs $99. PalmettoGolfing.com. Gamecock owned and operated. Proud sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks, the show. We'll be back. Final hour of a hell of a week. The Mad Dog and JC after this.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com.
Oh, welcome back, everybody. Hour 2 of Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Final hour of the show for the week. Turning our attention now, but southwest of here to Alabama. And
Alabama,
such a state so sparsely populated, can produce such high-level talent. I think it has something to do with one of the more storied programs throughout all time being seated inside of that state and thus kind of raising the expectations of the lower levels, even at the prep even below the prep level.
Yeah, I think a couple of things. I think I straight up, straight over tackle, brutally honest answer. There are more Division I guys in Alabama in a given year than South Carolina.
Yeah.
And I just think they do a better job with high school football. I hate to say it. I love the high schools in the state of South Carolina, but it's not the same as Alabama. The other thing is this. It's Alabama has some population centers that also like Mobile probably has as many great football players as Charlotte, probably more. Yet it's not the size of Charlotte, obviously. Birmingham, and the other thing, like we were talking about North Carolina, Western North Carolina probably doesn't have a lot of great athletes, or does not on an annual basis, but like all over Alabama, there are players. Like the northern part of the state up near, like there's nobody in southern Tennessee. There was one guy that actually ended up going to Alabama that was really good, but he was way back, and I mean it's like you go south of Franklin, Tennessee, and it is there's nobody, right? And there's nobody that lives there first and foremost, but it's sad. Another guy that came out of that part of Tennessee was Bo Wallace that played at Ole Miss. So that's the deal there. But yeah, so it's very sparse. But the minute you cross the border, it's and you roll into the northern part of Alabama, players at Huntsville, places like Athens, Alabama, all in the northern part of the state, right, going all the way from Huntsville all the way to Birmingham down 65, all the way past Birmingham, all the way down through Montgomery, all the way to Mobile. Players. The northeast part of the state, basically the mountains, right? Players. There's just ball players in Alabama and football in that state. I mean, the other kind of outlier there is Alabama and Auburn are usually really good.
Right.
And Auburn has to kind of sneak out of state and do some things, but it's just I can't explain it other than they just do a better job of high school football, and there's more population centers that have more athletes. And South Carolina Alabama's got a lot of rural areas as well, but I guess that's it. And, I do think, Phil, that considering you had an NFL factory developmental machine at your flagship university in that state for 17 years, that probably did facilitate,
and that's just most recent memory, because it's been cranking out, decent football teams even before Nick Saban arrived. Right?
Yeah, I mean, they got in the state of Alabama, they always have way more FBS level players that sign to South Carolina. Part of that, though, is because of UAB and Troy and South Alabama.
Yeah,
because you have 5 FBS schools in that state, and in South Carolina you have 3, and it used to be 2. Most of your guys that the same pool from in-state that Troy and those schools are recruiting from, it used to be Furman, Wofford, Citadel. When I grew up, there really was, Wofford was D2. The only 2 1AA schools in the state of FCS were Furman and Citadel. That was a rivalry. Coastal didn't even have football, neither did Charleston Southern. And Presbyterian and Newberry were both D2 as well. So things have changed quite a bit.
Right. Yeah.
With the smaller schools in our state. But that's the only explanation I really have. Alabama as a state, the people and kind of how it's set up and what people care about and things like that reminds me of South Carolina quite a bit. But and it's a larger state geographically. But then you go to Mississippi, and it's just as large, and nobody lives there.
Right.
Now there is great football talent in Mississippi, but their numbers are not as high, and that's one of the reasons I think Lane Kiffin goes all in the portal, because you can't. It's hard.
Yeah, there's not this built-in
that base.
Pool. Yeah, there's no pool there for him to really play in. Yeah.
Yeah. Mark chimes in with a Demir Bird from New Jersey. Yeah, Demir, I thought Demir's one of those receivers that's played here through the years, probably a better pro than he was here, but I think as far as production goes, it had nothing. I don't think it had much to do with his talent. I think there were I'm not going to get into it. Let's just say coaching decisions cost him more production. Cam says, I read a report the other day that said native-born South Carolinians will soon be in the minority. Yeah, less than half of the people who reside in the state.
I can promise you we already are here in certain parts of the state. And it's when you tell people you're actually from Greenville, then they give you a weird look, or they're like amazed. Like, oh, yeah. We're from here.
We're natives.
Yeah, that's right.
We're not renters.
No. Yeah, that's right.
Remember that?
That's right. We're not renters.
We're not renters.
See that hospital over there? Yeah, that's where my wife was born.
Clint says he wasn't born in South Carolina, but they moved to South Carolina in 1980. He was 3. I was born in Spartanburg and never lived outside of the state until I moved to Georgia after college. And then Georgia, Tennessee, Illinois is the latest state. I've never lived in North Carolina. I don't really ever want to.
I've done it, but I was really young. It was all right, but we lived in Raleigh, which was neat. Living in the state capital and being in the Research Triangle. I like it here better. I like it here better.
Ben talks about the 252 Eastern North Carolina represent.
252.
I'll tell you, there's players over there. I mean,
man.
Hell, it's underwater every time there's a thunderstorm or a hurricane, but they're a ball player. There's a reason East Carolina has been good at football through the years.
Yeah.
I remember one year, dude, there were some players over there, and this was back when everybody kind of was suspicious of everybody else as far as cheating. And I'm like, and the amount of money, if any, was changing hands was a day in the life of today's players.
Yeah.
As far as money goes. But everybody was suspicious, and it was kind of this shell game of shadiness. And there were like 3 good players up there that a coach I knew was recruiting. And he just backed off one day. I was like, you don't want to know about this. And they all ended up at East Carolina. And so I got the story later. Apparently ECU like advised the kid not to take a class. He could only, it was, his transcript was to the point where he could only get in at ACU.
Yeah, that's right. So it was his last resort.
So those guys, 2 of them were 4-star players, all went to ECU and balled out. I'm not going to name names, but I don't think you can get by with that anymore. You know, that was right when it was the internet was first becoming a thing. You know,
That's right. Yeah.
And so I guess that's good. But I love Eastern North Carolina.
Those kids are playing at Coastal now.
Coastal sneaking up there. And then like the US 74 corridor, US 74 goes all the way from Concord, Monroe. Then you get into Anson County. Carolina has recruited some players from up there before. And then Richmond County, Rockingham, where one Melvin Ingram is from. And you go a little further and you're in Laurinburg, Scotland County, where Travian Robertson and Byron McKnight and Jay Wooten, kicker, that was here. They're all from there. And then you keep going over and getting to Lumberton, and that's where Hutch Eckerson was from. So Spurrier did a really good job of the US 74 corridor. And that runs right along the top of South Carolina. Like from Anson to Sherall is like nothing.
Yeah.
So that's very, very interesting as well. Clint says he wishes he could land a few more guys from Alabama. They tend to work out. Most of them tend to work out here. There's been a few duds, but heck, when I've been following it as long as I have, I guess this is my 2026 is my 22nd recruiting cycle in this business. There's always duds from everywhere. What you want to do is hit percentages. I mean, there's duds from schools. And then along comes another one, and he's a stud, you know. So I think that's all good information and good things to talk about. But every player is different. But yeah, I like Alabama players. I think Jaylen Brown, who was at Missouri, he's from Alabama. Initially, he signed with Missouri out of the state of Alabama. Mississippi puts out some talent too. Yeah, I think it's a waste of time to go over there if you're South Carolina, unless you just got a kid that's. I mean, you remember that kid that ended up at Alabama that was a linebacker a couple of years ago. That you kept going on and on and on and on and on. He's from Meridian, and I'm like, why does he? He's from Meridian, which is right there. It basically is the next town over from Tuscaloosa, going out I-20.
It's the next major town on the highway, right?
And I'm like, why is he wanting to come all the way down I-20 and come to Columbia? And his dad wanted to go to Alabama and stuff. And I think he's still there. I'll tell you this: Carolina got Justin Okoronkwo. That's good. Mm-hmm. You can't beat us on the Germans' tide.
That's right. Yeah.
Sprechen Sie Tide.
Sprechen Sie Tide.
Sprechen Sie Tide. But yeah, I do think Clint and Carolina spot recruits over in Mississippi. I think that's good to a certain extent though, because you want to always have relationships in Mississippi because they still have junior college players.
Yeah, a lot of JUCO stuff.
You still have that there. Bruin has a theory on Alabama. Alabama's full of hard bodies, country boys. North Carolina, South Carolina has them too, but slowly being overpopulated with city folks moving here. No one moves to Alabama from these cities.
No, that's true.
I have not heard.
Maybe that's the spike in lacrosse popularity here in South Carolina is all the transplants.
I think so.
We don't want to hit you. We want to beat you with sticks.
Well, it's like the folks I know around here in Chicago, they talk about South Carolina. They focus. It's like three places: Charleston, Myrtle Beach, and up here they think Myrtle Beach is paradise. I'm like, well, can I interest you in some free tickets to the Bowery or Secrets?
That's right,
the strip club in North Myrtle. Shh, secrets. Have you been to the Calabash Buffet? Calabash Buffet's good eating.
That's right. That Bennett's is real good.
We went there. We got some authentic Southern food at the Bennett's Calabash Buffet. Went to the strip club called Secrets. Shh.
It is wild how the perception of the Grand Strand is so different around the country than it is for folks around here.
It's also as popular as Greenville and Charlotte. It's also the fastest growing area.
Yeah, Horry County is down there. Yeah,
yeah. I'm like, wow. That's okay. That's okay. It's like, well, that's okay. That's okay. You know. That's okay. Yeah, Myrtle Beach, huh? Well, that's okay. That's okay. We can get you at Myrtle Beach. You know, down there at used to go to Cherry Grove when I was a kid. But and Charleston, all the ladies like Charleston. They just love that history down there. It's just so beautiful city. And Nat, I went out first when Nat first went to Charleston. I didn't think she was going to leave.
Oh yeah.
I mean, shops for days, restaurants for days, beautiful old city. It was good. And then Greenville's popular, like the business crowd that like a lot, like two of Nat's friends, literally their husbands go to work in Greenville. They fly to Greenville once a month.
Right.
For work. I don't know what they do, but, so yeah. And you're right, Bruin, this very intelligent thing you pointed out here. I don't ever hear a word about anybody moving to Alabama. I've maybe heard some people go like, yeah, I went to Gulf Shores, Alabama, or Navarre, Florida, or Orange Beach. That's technically Alabama. That's the coast. It's actually easier to drive there from here than to Myrtle or Charleston. But you just go straight down 65 all the way down the whole length of the damn country down 65. So actually you go from where 65 terminates in Gary, Indiana to where 65 runs into I-10 in Mobile, Alabama. Wow.
Yeah, that's top to bottom.
The whole length.
That's border to border.
Anyway, but yeah, I never hear a word about Alabama. So you're right. But I'll tell you this, the state of Tennessee, you want to know why there's 30 prospects in Tennessee now, and 20 years ago there were 12? And most of them were in Memphis. State of Tennessee now.
Nashville, I'm sure, is really
the whole daggum area.
Yeah.
It's now it used to have like 5.5 million people or something, about the size of South. Like, all right, so when I lived in Nashville, I moved to Nashville in 2004. Nashville was growing at the time. So 5.9 million people in 2004. 20 years later, 7.228. Jeez. Alabama during that time has not grown as much. Alabama was at 4.5 and now is at 5.1. So, yeah. So you see how it helped Tennessee. Now, the good news compared to Tennessee and South Carolina is South Carolina's in the middle of the state.
Mm-hmm.
It's not shoved in one corner or on one side. University of Tennessee is kind of, is
that's like no man's land out there when you look.
Dude,
really,
it's 400 miles from UT to Memphis.
Right.
Memphis kids are closer to like 5 other SEC schools than UT.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 178 miles from Nashville. It's not down the road from Nashville at all.
No.
At all. Mm-hmm. And that's an interesting drive too. You pass the nuclear plant,
Yep.
and Maryville. You go through Maryville and then past the nuclear plant, and then it's just, we are a young country. And then you get to Crossville, and then nothing, and then Cookville,
yeah,
and then Crossville. I don't know which one's which. They both have Cracker Barrels. Cookville's where Tennessee Tech is. Marcus, that school that actually hired Marcus Satterfield as a head coach at one point.
Yeah,
and then you get to Nashville. I mean, it's like you blink and there's nothing, and it's 100. It's a long. After the 2005 Carolina Tennessee game, Chris Childers and I drove back after that game. Dude, I was so tired.
Oh, I could only imagine.
But Clint says Greenville has a big population, but puts out very little high school football talent. Yeah. I see Greenville. Yeah, and it's always been that way.
Mm-hmm.
But and Spartanburg's kind of been the opposite. The Greenville teams, though, are getting better. And what I was told by someone who's from Greenville, ties to Berea, is that that they're investing more in it. They're hiring better coaches. I mean, they have big schools in Greenville, a lot of population. I could see that becoming kind of like the Gwinnett County of South Carolina and down the road. And as a proud Spartanburger, that hurts. Because I've always
they're all going to be playing on turf fields here soon. So
it's like, yeah, I mean, you may have more Rhodes scholars, but over here we'll beat your ass in football every single. Yeah, give us some of JL, man. We want that. We want to play Malden. We want to play Hillcrest. You know,
it was Athens and Sparta, man. That's Greenville and Sparta.
Yeah,
one of them very aptly named.
Dude, absolutely. Krager says Clemson's gotten ballers out of Phoenix City, Alabama. Yeah, that's actually Columbus, Georgia. In some way, it's right across the river. We got lost going to Auburn. What was it, 2010? Because I was in the press box for that game, and we went through Columbus to eat some lunch, and then took the back way to Auburn when we went over the bridge into Alabama to Phoenix City, right across from each other. Ben says the Havelock and New Bern pipeline has treated ECU very well over the years. Guys get overlooked by North Carolina and NC State, and ECU will go and beat the brakes off of those two. Absolutely. And there's something to say for that, dude. And some of it, Ben, I mentioned ECU likes to kind of hide guys from that area. And I don't know what's going on now. They did. But also some of the recruiters for those schools probably just don't want to go out there, dude.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, Havelock. Carolina's gotten some good players out of Havelock, including Donovan Darden, right? But man, if they don't have a player every year. They only have one or two that can, that you kind of, if you're recruiting at a Power 4 level, that you're like, well, I think sometimes it's just straight, not necessarily laziness, but they don't have the time.
Right.
It takes time to recruit South Georgia and Eastern North Carolina.
It's an investment, right? You're going to have to be like, well, we're going to have to take a day.
Culliver was from there too, wasn't he? Culliver was from Garner, which is in Raleigh. Culliver was kind of the same area that Landon Powell is from in baseball, and I think that where Ray Tanner grew up, like that Raleigh area. Bobby says football is a way out for those Bama folks. Couldn't agree.
Yeah.
Upstate grandstand of Charleston is nothing but outcasters. Bruins getting nativist.
You're right, though, Bruin.
We're gonna have like gangs of South Carolina, like gangs of New York. Is Bruin gonna be the butcher?
That's right. 864 till I die.
The preacher he's the best man I'd ever killed. Clint says Myrtle Beach is great if you like hermit crabs and Big Johnson t-shirts. With my wife and I
get Big Johnson t-shirts?
I don't know.
I'm sure you could there.
My wife and I, when we were dating and I lived in the South and she lived up here, we flew and met each other in Myrtle Beach, and we got those airbrush t-shirts. We still got them. They say JC and Nat. Summer of 2019. There's a picture of us.
Nice.
You can tell we'd been drinking a little bit in that picture. Just a little. I gotta find it. I'll find it, and we can share it with the group next Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Krager says I wouldn't get out of the electric here to Myrtle Beach. No offense to your mom, JC. Well, she grew up there in the 50s and 60s, so
yeah, back when it was
sleepy, beachside town.
Yeah.
Heck, I mean, like,
I hate it, but I go because
I would go if I were in the state. I mean, it's a place where now at this age, I have to think before I commit to going there, and I haven't been since 2021 because that week was just bad.
Oh my, yeah.
And I have to like, how am I going to have a good time? Now, if I learn to play golf really well and hit a course every day and do something besides sit on a crowded beach Well, I've seen better beaches, It's
Yeah,
not
that's
terrible. With all the I mean, it's just one of those things. Now, and I'm talking Myrtle proper. I kind of think, my grandmother lived at the end of Garden City and went down what they call the Point. And you have all those rental houses in Garden City, and as a kid, we'd rent one and go down with my grandma and stuff for a week. That kind of thing I could get into.
Yeah.
Garden City, you got your I think Sam's Corner is still there.
Nope.
Yeah, it's not.
No, it's gone now.
I
know. It's been a couple of years. I have no idea, but it's gone now across from the pier. Because my wife and I, when we were younger, would go down there and night fish off the pier, and then before we hit it on back, grab you a hot dog at 6 a.m. at Sam's Corner because it was 24 hours, and then head on home.
Dude.
Yeah, I know.
They serve draft beer in there too.
Oh yeah, not anymore though. It's
I never mixed.
Sadly gone. Yeah,
I would just eat. I was one or the other. I wouldn't mix the foot long hot chili dog, which I liked, with the beer, the draft.
Yeah, right.
I thought onion rings. I don't know. JL man, Clint says come out of nowhere. Berea is probably the worst team in the upstate. Yeah, that used to be the opposite.
Yeah.
The demographics have changed in the Berea area. They're really good at soccer now.
I was going to say, I imagine one of them is a real competitor at soccer.
Kenny mentions River Bluff High School out in Lexington. Having AstroTurf was one of the worst experiences being in a championship level marching band. You'll never get all that turf out of your shoes.
I concur, Kenny. Yeah, turf sucks as a marching band. Ugh.
Well, it sucks to cover camps too. I remember one day we were at LSU. And LSU had just opened an indoor with that field turf and with the little the pellets, all in it. And I was like, "What is this in my shoe?" I'm just dumb. I don't know. I don't pay attention. I thought I'd stepped in like a bug bed or something. Like, what did I do? Was my shoe coming apart? What? So all these pellets. I got used to that after a while, though.
When I was at Western, they had turf. But this was, like
old school AstroTurf,
late 90s. So it was AstroTurf. Oh my God.
Carolina had that for a while.
Yeah,
and I'm like, whoever made that decision back then
should be fired.
We need to go back and have a talk with them. Right.
That's right.
I'm like, because number one, you should be able to grow grass in South Carolina, right? I mean, I think Florida used to have like Spurrier when he got to Florida was like, rip it up. There's no reason why we can't grow grass here.
Turf was there was a big old thing, that went through everywhere for a while, right?
Though. Yeah. I don't know why there weren't more massively bad injuries. Like the field turf now is softer than grass in some ways.
Yeah.
But dude, the back then, it was just basically concrete and indoor-outdoor carpet.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and the padding for the carpet would be less than what you had at the house because it was not very much. No, not very much.
How about no? But yeah, so I'm with you. The reason some high schools do that field turf, and I'm kind of being Captain Obvious here, is money. Because it's kind of like a one-shot thing, and you can use the field. And you do have to maintain that field, but you don't have to pay anybody to cut the grass. You don't have to worry about it when it rains. And then you have to play a game. Your field gets all torn up.
Yeah, that was the argument here in Greenville is that, well, if it rains real hard on half of the schools, then we have to shut games down because of drainage problems. And I'm like, yeah, still like because you have to maintain these things, but not on a yearly cycle. It's like a 10-year kind of deal, but the maintenance on them is more than what you're paying to maintain the current fields. So it was kind of crazy. I didn't understand that. Now, Greenville is a top 50 sized school district in the nation. So it's like the entire county is a single school district. So sometimes decisions like that are best if they're not going to divide it up.
You can buy it in bulk.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're getting well, that was one of the things is, well, since we're doing 14 high schools, we're getting a good deal.
Yeah, we're getting a deal.
Okay.
They're like, we got to go to Costco for our athletic
Yeah, that's
fields.
right.
I bet it is Costco. I bet you can get anything at Costco now.
Oh, I was like, well, what's the name of the company? I want to see who's connected to it because there's
Costco.
a kickback going on that one.
Costco.
Costco. It'd be funny.
Everybody, the superintendent goes to buy it at Costco, and his membership cards expire.
I'm real close to one of the district warehouses, right? So it'd be funny to roll up past that, heading on to Walmart, and they're offloading these rolls of field into the damn
Jailman, Southside Tigers, Carolina Trojans.
They
Bobby
creatively sold that to everybody. Yeah. It was interesting.
All right, so Bobby's got something cool about Phoenix City, Alabama. We're going to get to after our final break here. Bring it back around to the NFL draft. I guess we've just talked draft and geography all day today. That's it's going to be the title of this episode: Draft and Geography.
Draft and Geography.
Draft and a map. But we also want to remind everybody, download the Chief Sports app. You get this show live. You get the morning show live. You get the late night Gamecock show live. You get sports talk every night. What, Phil?
Live.
Right. You get JC and Morgan.
Live.
And also Tailgate Talks podcast, Chin Music podcast, High School Football Scoreboard. Speaking of high schools. So download that. It's free if you haven't already. Great way to check out all of our offerings here at Chief Sports. Also, the Chief Sports South Carolina YouTube channel. If you are listening live or on replay, please take the time to hit the subscribe button on our channel. We certainly would appreciate that. Our numbers are growing rapidly. Like 10,600 subscribers.
All that.
On our site. Those aren't paid subscribers, so nobody asked me for a loan. Somebody's doing the math.
It's not
$4.99 a month, 10,600. Wow, no. There are many less than that, but Club Chief members. But that's free to subscribe. Just hit the subscribe button. We certainly appreciate everybody tuning in each and every day. You can also find coffee from JC Sherbert every morning. That's me. On exclusively here on the YouTube channel, or also on our podcast stream Inside the Gamecocks, where you're also probably listening to this. All right, we'll be back to wrap things up on a Friday. Phil and I in a minute.
Mike here for one of the better dining options in the capital city. You know, when I first moved there, I asked people around the radio station, where are the best wings? Well, the consensus was D's Wings. That was then. Today, they still have the best wings, but it's so much more now in their new location at 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia. Yeah, they get voted the best wings on a routine basis. Yes, they get voted the best sports bar on a routine basis, but they're not just about wings, and really, they're not just a sports bar. It is a family-run local restaurant and bar with 20 TVs and 25 beers on tap. And how about these daily specials? Every Monday night at D's, you've got 75-cent wings from 4 until closing. Tacos on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, 18 wings and a pitcher of beer for $29. You've also got ribs and oyster bucket specials on Thursday. And no matter how big the party is, 20 or more, no problem. Just call ahead of time and they'll take terrific care of you. They'll do takeout as well. And guess what? A human will answer the phone and take the order. Billy and his staff do an outstanding job. Check out D's 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
This is the North South from Gamecock Football, and you listen to the show with JC, JB, and Phil.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show. Final segment of the show on a Friday. It's almost beer 30, y'all. Get ready.
I wish, man.
Same here.
I'm stuff to do this weekend.
I know. I got to take the little one to a well check at 4 o'clock, and then we've the big one's at work, so I can't drink because I got to go pick her up later. And, it's like, yeah, well, there goes my Friday.
It's like, can you? It's like Dazed and Confused. Can you drink, man? No. It'd be a whole lot cooler if you could.
That's right.
But yeah, it started raining. It was 70 degrees and sunny when the show started, and no clouds. And then I'll walk outside. It's now still 70 degrees, but it's cloudy and raining. So
yeah,
I'm probably going to take a nap before I have to go pick up my wife later today. But
I'm just fortunate it's not going to bust 80 for about a week here until next week.
Speaking of the electric chair, this is not political, right? Because the sick individuals that are making it a political issue are mentally ill. This Luigi Mangione guy, the cult following, $1 million in a GoFundMe. He shot somebody in cold blood in the back.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who it was.
It doesn't matter. That's not a hero.
Right.
And that's not vigilanteism, because you have to be an intellectual dwarf to sit there and blame one individual for anything wrong with healthcare in our country.
Yeah.
Because it's not one person. That guy had a job and a wife and kids, and this kid is sick, and the people that support him are sicker. And if you're listening to this, don't.
Right.
If you support this guy. The political issues aside, I understand all that.
Are there problems? Yes. But is this way to solve it? No.
And the problem with these crazy people is they're too insane to ever do anything like, run for office.
Yeah.
Actually convince your fellow citizens to vote for you and put you in a position of leadership because you can have it. They're too stupid to make money and influence things that way. They're just ridiculous people. And this makes me sick to my stomach. I just saw, I guess he pled not guilty or whatever, and there's a crowd outside the courthouse in New York. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Back to the sports discussion. Bobby talks about Phoenix City, Alabama. He said, the cool thing, that's where the time zone changes. That's right. And an airborne school, you go across later at night and get more drinking time. All right.
That's right. Yeah. You get an extra hour.
Yeah. The bar closed at 2. Buddy's like, we're going to Alabama.
That's right.
Let's go.
Head west.
Bruin says Jalen McGill skipping his senior year to go to North Carolina. Interesting to see how that turns out for him. South Carolina just didn't really care. They didn't care when he went to Rutgers. They didn't care he's going to North Carolina. They literally, and I don't know. I always thought he was pretty good. If I were him, I probably would have stayed at Broome. I think that was kind of a little bit of a red flag. Not necessarily for South Carolina. They evaluated him. They liked him. They had him on visits, but they think he can get better. Bruin in all caps in the chat box. This is my land.
This is my land.
My land. Clint says he's a scumbag. Kenny says the same people who say war is not the answer and they support him. Yeah, unless you want to get in a nuke, I'm not even going to say it. I'm going to stop. They say war is not the answer, but there's exceptions.
Yeah, that's right.
If it's certain countries. I don't want to get into all that. Brent says, welcome to 2025 America. I just wanted to put out from a humanity standpoint, as a human being, you have to be a sociopath, psychopath, crazy, a loser, a pathetic individual, a racist. I mean, you name the bottom dregs of our society. If you're getting behind this guy and you think that's an answer, or you're just stupid or on drugs. Those are the other two caveats. You may not be any of those other things, but if you're stupid, you can't fix stupid.
No, you cannot.
If you're on drugs, I hope you get help from the healthcare. So I hope your insurance covers it.
Right.
Probably cancel it. But anyway, I just from a humane standpoint, it's like, how can you, where are we at? Where are we at with this? Nevertheless, anywho. All right, so I want to get to this, Phil, real quick, because we've talked a lot about geography in the draft. And I'll just quickly update everybody. So when it kicks off at 7 tonight, the Browns have a pick. The Texans have a pick. The Titans, Clint's team, has another pick. The Browns have another pick. The Raiders have a pick. The Patriots have a pick. The Bears have a pick. The New Orleans Saints, who dat, have a pick. And then the Bears have another pick. And then the poor Jets.
Oh, my God.
And then it goes on from there. So I'm looking forward to that. I think tonight, Phil, we could probably see I know the JB said the over-under is 3.5. So
I was going to ask you, 3.5. What do you think the over-under is?
There's some speculation out there. Kennard may not go till tomorrow. Just because I don't know that I think people are looking at the first round and going, well, there weren't a ton of edge players taken. There's more. But right. I would think the Nagurski Award winner and a guy that had 11.5 sacks in the SEC last year that can play there. I would think somebody would want him right early.
Garner a bit more attention.
But so I can't see TJ Sanders not coming off the board tonight. Definitely can't see Nick Emmanwori not coming off the board tonight. The two early junior enroll guys.
Emmanwori should be off the board before the sun goes down around.
And I think Demetrius Knight Jr. has kind of skyrocketed. Mm-hmm. And at linebacker, it's not probably not as deep of a year like linebacker. And he's fast. And he's old. And he's good.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they like him. So I think all four of those guys have a shot to go tonight. But it could be two. Which, I don't know. There's some ridiculousness on the Big Spur. Somebody said it was because of the brand of South Carolina. That kind of flies in the face of how many 20 different NFL personnel guys they got on camera talking up the program and everybody that was at senior day. It's just, these general managers and personnel departments, they go their own way.
Right.
That's why some franchises are good at this and some aren't. I mean, it's set up to where if you know what you're doing and make good decisions and then get lucky with injuries and the mental part of it, you're supposed to rotate up. You're supposed to rise and fall. Many teams do. I mentioned how bad the Jaguars were. A couple of years ago, man, they went out to Kansas City and played a playoff game and almost won it.
Yeah, right.
I mean, crazy, right?
Yeah, and you got to look like right now. NFL.com has 2 Gamecocks in the top 10 for best available today in Nick and Demetrius Knight.
So Knight ahead of
Yeah.
TJ. Who do they have
Ahead
at
of-
defensive tackle? Do they have
Ahead
any
of
other D
Sanders.
tackles?
So yeah, that's what I was looking at. Who
Yeah.
do we have at DT? Actually, they don't have any defensive tackles in the first. What is it? How long is this list? Because it's not numbered. Thanks. It looks like about 15 guys.
Wow.
Yeah, the first defensive tackle they have listed as best available is actually Shamar Turner from Texas A&M, and then TJ Sanders is the second best available defensive tackle heading into today.
Man,
But
I
I
didn't-
think that drastically look. I think both of them actually should be higher than
Yeah.
where they're rated, with TJ probably being in front of Shamar. But that's me.
Shamar, the other Shamar Stuart,
Yeah.
got drafted. The Bengals drafted him. I didn't know this dude only had 4.5 sacks for his career.
Yeah. Yeah. I loved listening to, because that was one I flipped back and forth on too, because, just an intriguing guy, because he's, looks really good but doesn't play necessarily to the potential of the way he looks getting off the bus. And what Booger was like, I'll explain it to you like this. I'd rather drive a Mercedes than I would a Toyota or something like that. It was like, 'cause it looks
What?
like what? Oh, I get, because the Mercedes looks good, even though the Toyota might get you 20 years. I mean, come on,
Bro,
man.
well, I can counter with that. What if the Mercedes has the a Datsun engine in it?
Right.
Remember when Nissan was Datsun?
Yeah, yes. Or maybe he did say.
What
I
if it's a
think he-
Lexus? Because a Lexus has is basically a
Yeah,
Toyota.
yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. Or an
Little
Infinity is
fancier.
a Nissan. You know?
Yeah,
It's
I
like,
mean-
come on. I thought it was hilarious. I'm like,
So,
how do you even justify that?
Kreger does not want the Browns to take Nick Emmanwori. So you and Stuart Lake are on the other opposite ends of that. The Browns have 2 picks, though.
I know. I forgot Stu was a Cleveland guy too, and I
That's
was just
just
like, boy,
out
I
of
sure
left
hope
field.
Nick doesn't go to
Go
Cleveland.
Browns. You just of all the things when you talk, Stuart's a man of many layers.
That's right. That's right.
It's like of all the things like you talk to him about and stuff, and he's a great baseball guy and great person, hell of a dude. But then you find out he's really into wrestling. Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
he's
cool,
really
yeah.
into knows his stuff and all that good stuff. And then it pops up. He's a Cleveland Browns fan.
I know.
Really? That's awesome. That's random. That's random
Very
stuff.
random.
Ben says, watch out for Kyle Kennard to go to the Panthers at 74 if they don't move up for Mike Green. I'm not sold on Mike Green. I'm just going to be honest, but you're right, Ben, because they need pass. I didn't understand. That was another thing I didn't understand the Panthers pickup. I do understand getting more weapons for Bryce Young if that's the direction you're going. But that defense was bad last year. I think.
Well, here's the thing: is like that guy might have been available early today if they didn't take him yesterday.
Yeah,
and that's one that's like that's one of the ways I look at it. It was like, well, do you think you could get him tomorrow? And I'm like, if your chances are better, you can get him tomorrow than you can today. Then you address a different need.
But that was the Bears too, dude. I was like, can you? You should be able to get this guy later, and if you wanted a tight end, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can see the people that say this guy Lovin has more upside, and he's basically and Ben Johnson's supposed to be this, I guess, genius.
Yeah,
and they didn't get Genty, so
who were you going to lose him to?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
because the Colts were sitting there salivating over Tyler Warren.
Right.
So clearly they took a tight end. They were going to take Warren. If you'd have been it, maybe you could have traded down. You got 2 picks today. They have Cole Kmet that they just signed a huge extension.
That was the other part of that. I was like, didn't they just re-sign Kmet?
It didn't make any sense. But look, man, Ryan Poles and Kevin Warren. I always hope the Bears do well because my house is a happier house and the city is a happier city when the Bears are winning. People are in a pretty good mood around here. I mean, they started 4-2 last year. Everybody's like, oh, hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
This dude has never talked to me, literally.
Yeah.
Good
How
morning.
about
Those Bears? Good morning. Howdy, and then they just started losing. Everybody just shut up again and got ready for the miserable winter.
That's right.
But so I hope the Bears do well. I hope all this works out. But the day they leave will be a happy day for anybody. In my opinion, I think Poles is kind of just an arrogant. He's the reason they kept Eberflus. I'm like, you don't need to ever. And I think he hires coach like Ben Johnson's the guy. They almost had to hire him. But I think, the reason he wanted Eberflus and passed on, some good coaches that would have come like Jim Harbaugh is because those two he and Kevin Warren, they want to run the show, right? They don't want some coach with a big, nobody that knows football needs to be our coach.
No, that's right. Don't do that. Don't do that. So he does good whiteboard. He gives good whiteboard.
Yeah. I don't get it, but,
not to completely go off track, but one thing I noticed last night, and I might be right, I might be wrong, but are the Packers the most college-like fan base in all of the NFL? Like I just kept catching that vibe, and I have when I listen to Packers, either that or Buffalo might be in contention for that too.
Yeah, I don't,
like ride or die, tailgate. Live and die by it.
See, in the South, we probably think that.
Mm-hmm.
And because I thought it, I was like Packers, but small markets,
Mm-hmm.
And because I lived in Nashville, and in Nashville, there's a lot of apathy with the Panthers and Falcons, right?
Oh yeah.
Nashville, the Titans, even though they're not good, they do. I mean, they have to really lose because that was the Predators came and then the Titans came. Oh my God, we got football. Yay. And it's nice stadium and stuff like that. And so the Titans are big in Nashville. Mm-hmm. So that was really the most passionate, like pro football fan base I've ever been around. It is nothing compared to the Bears. Nothing. Not even close.
Right.
Being at a Bears watch party or a Bears game is just like being at a South Carolina watch party or game.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then, so you say, well, maybe it's just Chicago. Well, I was in New York one December, missed my flight, got held over on a Sunday. Long story. Newark, New Jersey, near the airport, went to a sports bar, had a little beer and watched a little pro football, and that crowd was fired up and into it, more so than like you go into a Buffalo Wild Wings down south on a Sunday. There's a lot of people there, a lot of different jerseys represented, transplants, whatever. Most people really are there just to drink and eat wings and keep up with their fantasy football team.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I mean,
it's a different game on absolutely every screen.
Yeah. And look, I've been out west, and but I don't know if that's universal, Phil. But I would say Green Bay probably sets up more like a college experience on a game day because you have a pro franchise there, and they get 70,000-80,000 in there, and they cram into a small town, right? So it's just like going to Athens or.
Yeah, it's like wherever. Descending on a college town.
Yeah,
right.
So
yeah.
That's probably part of
I don't know. I just caught that vibe last night. I was like, and I've never had any problems with Packer fans. I've always met them, know a lot of them that are South Carolina fans. So
While I'm here, I have to go up there one time. The problem I run into is the wife hates the Packers.
That's true. It is the other team, right?
And I didn't know that rivalry was like it was, dude. So I show up, and then I know we got to get off, but I show up to this Bears-Packers watch party, first season here. And my buddies, kickoff's like at noon. So we get there about 11:40. My buddy Jeff, who's an accountant, sitting there with his wife, right, who's on the Homer Glen Village board. They've since moved. And I noticed he's a huge Bears fan. I noticed his couple of buckets have empty beer bottles in them. And it's 11. And he's like, we got here at 10:30. And he's just in rare form, dude. And the whole bar is packed. And there are Packers fans that live in Chicago. So you do get a Clemson, Carolina-ish crowd.
You get that vibe, right?
Yeah,
right,
you got some scattered about. And
because they aren't that far apart.
It's 3.5 hours.
Go back to some geography here.
But so the Bears recover a fumble. It's a close-ish game. And all of a sudden, Jeff, who doesn't really yell and stuff, just starts going, Green Bay sucks. Green Bay sucks. And the whole bar, Green Bay sucks. Green Bay sucks. Unbelievable. Bobby says the Steelers aren't a bad college field. I actually have heard that.
Yep. I have as well. Yeah.
Steelers. So anyway, be sure to check out the draft. So the draft tonight starts back up at 7. South Carolina baseball starts at 6:30, and softball starts at 6.
Yeah.
There's weather,
unless there's delay.
Weather comes through Illinois and then sometimes goes toward Kentucky, so maybe that's what it is. But it is raining here, so we'll see what happens. But certainly appreciate all you folks staying with us after yesterday's technical fiasco. But still had some good interviews with G.A. Mangus, and we had the Smorgasbord with Alex. Also have a Hale McGranahan. All those videos are up on our YouTube page. Thank you for visiting and listening. And tell a friend. And hopefully we are coming back Monday with coffee and also these shows. And we're talking about a record draft for the University of South Carolina. I don't really have confidence in anything else. I think softball will beat Auburn.
Yeah, don't sleep. It's a good Auburn team, but
Stu and JB kind of taught me into thinking Carolina's got a chance tonight because Kentucky's not great at pitching.
Well, Carolina has been doing reasonably well, all things considered, on Friday, right? You know, like if you're going to win, they're going to win the Friday game, or at least compete better on Friday.
I said earlier, dude, I almost think they have. I don't think they definitely they have to win this series because, I mean, you come back even if you win one and you're 5-16.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe it'd be, and you got Florida and then at Auburn and then LSU. Auburn and LSU. Florida's a so-so, and it's at home, but at Auburn and then LSU. I mean,
to have a shot, you're going to have to win every one of the final series and sweep one.
Yes.
And Florida might be your best opportunity there to sweep. But hey, come out of Lexington 2 out of 3, you're gonna feel real good. I mean,
that'd be progress.
Yeah, because at least your razor thin margin is still razor thin and not just disappeared.
Yeah.
I guess
Exactly. All right, Phil, get us out of here, bro.
Yeah, man. We're all back here on Monday, like JC said. What you got? What you got?
Real quick, somebody asked early at the top of the show about recruiting more offensive linemen out of the portal.
Oh, yeah.
We never got to it. It is the topic on coffee today. So if you want more in-depth on that, but quickly for this audience, I'll say, I broke down all the numbers. And with Ja'Kai Moore leaving for the portal, with Brubaker out for the year, with Cam Pringle hitting the portal, and then you had Nick Sharp and Kason Henry injured at the end. I mean, you're down to like 8 if you don't want to count on true freshmen. So it's a numbers thing there. I think they can take 2, as many as 3 in the portal on offensive line. It's one of those never again things, Phil. We're never going to go through 2023 again if they can help it. But that's what that is. And so there's a couple of visits set up, and I would expect more there. But that's what came up. That's what changed. They weren't planning on adding anybody. But it's so important to, A, have numbers on the O-line, and B, not have to depend on true freshmen. And both bit Carolina in the arse in 2023.
Yep.
And I don't know that team was going to be great anyway. I think that team could have won 6-7 games though if they had an offensive line. Spencer
could have done better than 5 and 7.
Yeah, it was good enough. All right, folks.
Yep.
See you later.
That's right. JC, Mad Dog, wrapping things up on Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Monday morning, we're live back again. Morning show, 10 o'clock. Mike Morgan will be in attendance. JB will have everything coming out of the baseball weekend. And hopefully we're talking about a historic draft. Everybody enjoy your Friday night and go Cox.